We're going to start the meeting now. Jim? No worries. Will you remind us how to do a hybrid meeting, please?
Sure. Welcome to our hybrid meeting. Participants in the room, please do not join the meeting in Zoom. Virtual participants, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members attending virtually, if you are able, please activate your video for purpose of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Members of the committee, when you wish to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote, please push the person button on your microphone or raise your hand virtually. Those in the room will have their microphone turned on when they are recognized to speak. Those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, all should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak. Those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, approach one of the two podiums on either side of the dais and you will be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. All right, this meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order. All speakers wishing to address the committee regarding an agenda item must first complete a registration form and submit it to the city clerk designee. Speakers may speak to the committee only after they are called by the chair. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. After speaking to the committee, please take your seat in the gallery. The public is not allowed to address or respond to speakers or committee members unless they've been recognized by the chair of the committee. Mr. Verbeek, are there any notified absences?
There are not.
All right, I call this meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee to order at 5:42 p.m. Mr. Verbeek, please call the roll.
Sure. Alder Miadzi? Alder Revere?
Here.
Alder Revere is here. Mr. Rushik?
Here.
Mr. Rushik is here. Mr. Farley?
Present.
Ms. Farley is here. Mr. Donnelly?
Present.
Mr. Donnelly is here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Alder Knox? Let's see, Alder Knox. And Ms. Carter?
Present.
Ms. Carter is here. Chair, we do have quorum.
Excellent. First item, approval of minutes from our meeting on April 17th. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Your motion to approve from Ms. Carter. Is there a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Minutes from April 17th are approved. Next up, minutes from the significantly shorter meeting on April 29th. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Hear a motion from Ms. Westra to approve. Do I hear a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Those minutes are also approved. Mr. Verbeek, do we have any registrants for general public comment?
Let me refresh real quick. I didn't see any when I opened it. Still no.
All right. So next up, disclosures and recusals. Disclosures and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any such disclosures or recusals? Bear in mind that we will be renewing the vast majority of the licenses in the city. I So I will disclose that I am a member of the board of directors of the Bartel Community Theater Foundation. So if I were to vote, I would recuse myself from the renewal of that license. So any further disclosures or recusals? All right. Presentation of the consent.
Alder Revere.
Oh, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair Donnelly. Similarly, I would ask that to be noted as recused on all licenses related to Madison Elks Lodge. So that would be the renewal of the entertainment license for Agenda 36, the renewal of the alcohol license for Agenda 53, and lastly, for the change of license condition, agenda item number 61, please.
Very good. Thank you.
As, like yourself, I am on the board of that organization. Thank you.
Any more? Excellent. Okay, so consent agenda. So at this time, a consent agenda will be moved. Each item on that consent agenda will have a recommended action, and we will vote on that set of things as a block. Any item that is on the proposed consent agenda, if any member of the committee asks for it to be removed from the consent agenda, it will be. And if there is anyone, which could include any of you, registered to speak in opposition, that will also bar it from being quickly dismissed on the consent agenda. So please listen carefully as Mr. Verbeek quickly reads the list of items on the proposed consent agenda. The committee will then discuss, have the opportunity to remove things, and then when we actually vote on it, listen again. If your item is on that list, that means you don't need to stick around here. Mr. Verbeek, what are the items on the proposed consent agenda?
The proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting May 15th, 2024. Recommended council to grant temporary Class B retailer license and concurrent with street use permits, items 2, 3, 4, and 5. Change of agent, items 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Entity reorganization, items 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05, items 27 and 28. Public hearing new license, item 52. And referral for future meeting at the ALRC. Change of item 6, 21 plus entertainment license 34. Public hearing new license, item 50. And recommended council to place on file without prejudice, change of agent, item 10.
Okay, so when you emailed this out, you emailed the one from last month.
Yes.
So the members of the committee have not gotten to review this yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think if you refresh it would, because of the,
Oh, maybe? Oh, yep, there it is. Okay. So for any members of the committee who haven't really gotten to see it, feel free to refresh and review. I am going to encourage everyone to take a minute, and if you have anything that you would like removed, feel free to speak up, but I would prefer not to get a motion to accept the proposed agenda until people have had a few minutes to look it over and think about it.
Can something be added to the consent agenda?
That has not been our practice, specifically because I know I have, when I was not chair, I would more carefully review the items that were on the consent agenda, since I knew we wouldn't have time to do it during the meeting. So that means if somebody has used that as a shortcut for their prep, they wouldn't have the opportunity to adequately review.
Well, it's one that the applicant no longer wants to pursue.
Oh, then absolutely yes, please.
Yeah, number 37. Jim, I think you had a conversation with him as well. The City of Four
Oh,
Lakes
yeah.
LLC.
Yes.
So that would be item 37, new license for Super 8, and the consent agenda would place it on file without prejudice.
Yes.
I don't have any concern with that. If anybody else does, ask to have it removed from the consent agenda, please.
Thank you.
It's on the wall. Otherwise, I can email a copy.
All right, so committee, would you like another minute? Okay. Which items, if any, would you like removed from the consent agenda? Mr. Verbeek, I would like item 11 removed.
Okay.
And if there are no further or separations, a motion would now be in order. Mr. Bruchak?
Agenda with the recommendations listed,
With the exception of 11, which was removed?
with the exception, that 11 is removed and will be taken up
Okay.
in the normal way.
I hear a motion from Mr. Bruchak to accept the consent agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Westra. Is there any discussion?
Before we do a second, also number 37, I think Attorney Zillavy mentioned that. They were no longer interested, so we want to add them.
Oh, yes. Mr.
Okay,
Bruchak
thank
and
you.
Ms. Westra, are you okay also with adding item 37 to the consent agenda to be placed on file without prejudice?
I am.
I am.
May I ask, though, I feel like we had this discussion last week or last month. So isn't this what we did last month, or did we refer it to this meeting?
I'm sorry, for which one?
Super 8, number
Right.
37?
Yeah, we referred it last month, yeah.
To this meeting?
To this meeting, yeah.
And so for this one, we aren't referring it. We're placing it on file.
Okay. Because I thought we knew last month that they were no longer pursuing it.
I think we were not sure, and it was safer to refer it, but now
Okay.
we're sure.
Okay, understood.
And Ms. Westra already said she was okay. So any further discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. The consent agenda is approved as amended. So everyone, now is the time. Mr. Verbeek is going to read in more detail the list of everything that we just disposed of. If everything that you're here for is on the list that he reads off, you don't have to stay here. It's a public place. You're welcome to if you want, but I know you probably don't. Mr. Verbeek.
Sure. The past consent agenda for ALRC meeting May 15th, 2024. Recommended council to grant item number 2, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit. The Sassy Neighborhood Association for Atwood Fest. Item number 3, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit. Madison Museum of Contemporary Art. The event is Art Fair on the Square. Item number 4, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit. Wisconsin Chamber Orchestra, Inc. for the concerts on the Square. Item number 5, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Gay Straight Alliance for Safe Schools, Inc., G-Safe for Wolf's Pride, King Street Block Party. Item number 7, change of agent, the Renfro Refreshment Company LLC for the Sylvie. Item number 8, change of agent, the Renfro Refreshment Company LLC for the Majestic. Item number 9, change of agent, the Renfro Refreshment Company LLC for the Madison Museum of Contemporary Art. Item number 12, change of agent, Oakwood Lutheran Home Association, Inc. for 6209 Mineral Point Road. Item number 13, change of agent for Papa Vero LLC. Item number 14, change of agent, Luigi's Diner. Item number 15, change of agent, Deluxe Madison. Item 16, change of agent, Bassett Johnson Beverage LLC. Item number 17, change of agent, Oakwood Lutheran Home Association, Inc., 5565 Toncho Drive. Item number 18, change of agent, North Central Management Inc. Item 19, entity reorganization for Red Robin International, Inc. Item number 20, entity reorganization for Enovino LLC. And number 21, entity reorganization, Real Big Fish LLC. Item 22, entity reorganization, the Madison Club, Inc. Item 23, entity reorganization, In Towner LLC. Item 24, entity reorganization, Oakwood Lutheran Home Association, Inc., 6209 Mineral Point Road. Item 25, entity reorganization, Oakwood Lutheran Home Association, Inc., 5565 Toncho Drive. Item 26, entity reorganization, Aldi, Inc. Item 27, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05 for the Guild Esports LLC. Item 28, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 30.05 for MCKO LLC. Item 52, public hearing new license for Nerd Haven Arcade LLC for a Class B beer, Class C wine license. Referral for meeting of the for a future meeting of the ALRC. Item number 6, change of agent, Graduate Madison Lessee LLC. This is because of missing information on for the background check. Item number 34, 21 plus entertainment license, Umami Dumpling and Ramen Bar LLC. This is at the applicant's request to continue a discussion with the Neighbor Association. Item 50, public hearing new license for Suram Retails 3 LLC by request of the Alder and the Neighbor Association. Recommended council to place on file without prejudice. Item 10, change of agent for Tacos and Tequila LLC. This shouldn't have been on here as a change of agent because this is just the initial appointment of the agent. That will be part of item 45 in tonight's agenda. And lastly, item 37, public hearing new license for the City of Four Lakes LLC.
All right, so if you were here for item 10, I believe you've got additional items on the agenda, so don't take off. Is there anybody who doesn't know for sure whether they still need to be here? All right. So let's clear off some of this. All right, so next up, let's take item 60, which is an operator license application. Do we have Amanda Brown here? Come on up. And I know this was later in the agenda, but we would like to give you the opportunity not to stay here the whole time. All right, so Captain Hansen, why was this application flagged for our attention?
Caught up. I was scribbling trying to keep up with Jim, so let me pull her file here. You said Amanda Brown. There we go. Thank you. Okay, and when we share this information, this is nothing to do with the police department's opinion or judging or anything other than the facts that were relayed by the folks that do our records. As by ordinance, we are to do the background investigations for people applying to be operators. And what was pulled for Ms. Brown is a guideline 1 and 2. And that would relate to, in 2020, possession with intent for maintaining a drug trafficking place. Conviction was in January of 2022. March 2021, possession with intent for heroin, possession with intent for THC. Those were both in Jefferson County. Conviction in January of 2022. And then in June of 2021, resisting or obstructing a police officer, bail jumping in Vilas County, and that was in a conviction in 2022. So it is our duty to bring that forward to the committee.
All right, thank you. Amanda, you are under no obligation to do so, but if you would like, you have the opportunity for up to 3 minutes to tell your side of the story.
I was with my husband, who's currently imprisoned with the same charge, well, different charges, but from those cases. I was a bartender for 10 plus years in Jefferson County. Then I got with my husband, and within 2 years, I realized what he was doing, and my name was on the house at my apartment, so I brought with him. I did all my charges. I did all my time. I have been a member of society in Jefferson for a very long time, and now I have moved to I haven't moved to Madison. I still live in Fort Atkinson, but I now work with Blue Plate, and they have very good things to say about me. I have a letter of recommendation from the bar manager at Blue Plate that I brought here today, and I'm just trying to slowly rebuild my life, and those charges they're not who I am. They're just on paper from what my husband was about. He was who they wanted, not me. I even have different letters of recommendations that I forgot to bring from when I first got out, and they, my job then knew who I was and everything. I'm just trying to slowly rebuild my life and get back on track, and I don't want to bartend at the bars. Where I'm at Blue Plate is very professional, and I love that. I love that I don't have that option to drink or people shaking for shots and whatnot, and I just feel that just this little step to where I can move forward at a Blue Plate and do be the lead on site if there was a bartender, and then I don't have to be the bartender or have somebody with me as a bartender. So I'm just trying to get the ropes down at Blue Plate so that I can move forward.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Carter.
Yes, thank you. So, let me just ask you a couple questions, Amanda.
Yeah.
And I understand that you got caught up in something. And did you say that you have done your time? And while you were doing your time, was there any recommended classes that you should take? That's one. The other thing is, you said that you did not want to be a bartender, but you're applying for an operating license. Is that to oversee the bartender or become a backup? Can you answer those questions?
Yeah.
And I can repeat them.
Yeah, no, I was, so I did do some counseling when I was serving my time for the little amount that I had. I did do some counseling, and I sat through that. So I did, it was recommended from the courts, but I also did it before the recommendation from the courts happened. So I was trying to get everything together before and show the courts that I changed, and that I'm not this person, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to show you that I'm not. And also, it's to, I am slowly transitioning to be a lead at Blue Plate, and so if I'm the lead, then there could be a bartender, and I could be the chef and bartender / lead, to where they don't have to have their own operator license. I could be that, overseeing, like you said, yeah.
Thank you very much, Amanda.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carter. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, welcome. Thanks
Hi.
for being here.
Yeah.
So how long ago were you discharged from your supervision by the Wisconsin Department of Corrections?
I'm actually on till January, but I'm on minimal. I only see her on video Zoom every 3 months.
Okay, so you are still under state supervision?
Yeah, and she was trying to call me back all day today, but we kept going back and forth because I was gonna have her email me saying that she's totally okay with me doing this and everything. I haven't been able to reach her. I've been at work all day, so. But she's totally okay with me doing this, and I am. As soon as I got out of, I sat 7 months in jail. As soon as I got out, I've been on no trouble, no nothing, and that was in 2022 when I got out. And then in 2025, January, I'll be off.
That's great, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which
Yeah.
was, what does your PO think about, and are they knowledgeable of the fact that you've applied for this license?
Yeah, she very much is. Her name is Lisa. She very much is. And if need be, I can get something from her to say. She's totally okay with it. I just haven't been able to. She was out of town last week, and this all happened so fast. I didn't know the date was coming up so soon. But yeah, she is more than okay. I am on I don't know, undercover, not undercover, but under radar. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm under the radar. She is I'm a very easy client for her, she says. So I have no issue. I don't think this will ever be an issue to where she will think she's gonna get a bartender's license to go be a bartender and drink behind the bar or do those types of things. That's not a question or worry for her. She knows that I am doing this to better my life, to go higher in the job where I'm at now and take it further, and she's happy for that.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
So it's the practice of our committee that we do request that operator applicants that come before us for a license,
Okay,
that they, and if they are under DOC supervision,
Okay.
that they do supply us with a letter from their
Okay,
from
yeah.
their assigned agent, and you have time to do that.
Okay.
And so agents do that for us somewhat regularly. I
Okay.
don't think we've ever had anyone
Yeah.
turn us down. So if you could, go back and certainly ask her to please submit a letter that could either be submitted directly to the Madison City Clerk's office.
Okay.
Or she could herself directly send it to the Madison City Clerk's office. And there are employees of the clerk's office here that can help you if you need any direction in that regard.
okay.
The deadline to do that wouldn't be for a few weeks.
I
Looks
could-
like Deputy City Clerk Verbeck, what would you say the deadline would be if all of our action tonight is at the June 4th Common Council meeting? When do you think the applicant should have such a letter at your office?
Yeah, probably in about 2 weeks by the 29th, I think.
Oh,
we'll be
that's
fine.
more than reasonable.
So after Memorial Day, at the end
Yeah.
of this month?
Okay.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
and
you're
good
welcome.
luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your success with your
Thank you. I'm
recovery and everything.
Very much happy.
That's great.
Doing wonderful.
You can just have it sent to the same email that you got the invite to register for.
Okay,
tonight's meeting.
perfect.
Yep.
Thank you. That was gonna be a question
Yep.
next.
Very good. If there are no one else in the queue, I move to grant, Mr. Chair, with the condition that the applicant supply a letter of support from the Wisconsin Department of Corrections.
All right, I hear a motion to grant with a condition. Ms. Farley?
Second.
Here a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 60 is granted. Congratulations, Amanda, and have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have a number of items for which we have interpreters. So the first of those will be item 30. Item 30 is a change of licensed premises for El Imperio Mexican Food. Do we have a registrant here for this item? Hey. So do we have somebody from El Imperio?
Not here.
Not here? Are they online, maybe?
¿Alguien del Imperio aquí para un cambio de licencia?
Yes.
Okay, looks like.
Yep, so Sandra Castro Reyes is registered and I believe in Zoom.
What's the name again?
Sandra Castro Reyes.
Do you need to?
Yep, if I could interpret, raise your right hand. You affirm you'll accurately interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do.
Excellent, thank you.
Excellent. And I'm sorry, one more time the name? Sandra. Okay. Sandra, welcome to the ALRC.
Sandra, bienvenida
Thank you.
al comité.
Gracias.
Will you please introduce yourself and tell us what you are proposing?
¿Quiere presentarse y explicarnos qué es lo que está proponiendo?
Hola, mi nombre es Sandra Castro Reyes y soy propietaria del Imperio Mexican Food y estaba pidiendo permiso para poder poner unas mesas afuera del restaurante porque pues hay gente que ahorita que viene el calor quiere sentarse a comer su comida afuera en el aire y pues básicamente es eso.
Yeah, my name is Sandra Castro Reyes, and I am the owner of El Imperio. And I was just asking to be able to have some tables outside because now with the good weather, there are people who want to enjoy their food outside.
Excellent, thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? All right. Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
Committee?
It looks like we have a couple folks in Zoom. Alder Carter has
Oh.
ended up in the city attorney.
I guess I'm not seeing that there. Okay. Why am I not looking at the right? Can I see it on here maybe?
Probably.
All right. Assistant City Attorney Zelovy.
Hi, thank you. And I just to let the committee know, I'm filling in for Attorney McReynolds tonight. So you will not be seeing her. I'm just wondering whether the applicant contacted zoning to find out if she needed to get approval from them for this outdoor seating.
Sí, Sandra, la única pregunta que tenemos es si han hablado con las personas de zonificación para ver si necesitan algún tipo de permiso o aprobación de zoning de la ciudad, de los que lidian con la cuestión de zonificación, pues necesitan un permiso de ellos.
Sí, yo estuve hablando con ellos y también con el departamento de policía y no me acuerdo con alguien del sector donde me corresponde y me dijeron que sí, que solo asistiera como a la cita de hoy y todo estaba bien.
Yes, I talked to them also with the police department and somebody, I don't remember who exactly, from the sector I am in, and they told me that everything was fine and I should just appear here today.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Zelovy. Ms. Carter.
Thank you. And I just wanted to double check that since this is going to be right in the parking lot, will this be secured? Because I do know this is taking up parking spaces. So how will the patrons be safe?
Sí, yo habla la concejal, la representante Carter. Estas mesas estarían ocupando un espacio de estacionamiento. Entonces, la pregunta que tienes de qué manera estarían las personas que están en el restaurante estarían seguras, siendo esto en parte del estacionamiento.
Yo mandé como los planos cuando hice la aplicación y estábamos pensando poner una valla, una malla de metal y poner señalamientos. No son muchas mesas porque son para máximo 12 personas, eso ya es exagerando, y entonces pienso que con los señalamientos y con buena iluminación y la valla va a estar seguro.
Yes, we submitted the plans together with the application, and we are planning to delimit it with a metal fence. And it's not going to be a big area; it's just for 12 people. And we believe that with this fence and the lighting, everything would be safe.
Ms. Carter, any further questions?
Darn it. This is a strip mall with other businesses in it, correct?
¿Hay otros negocios también ahí?
Al lado de nosotros hay otro negocio, pero nosotros tenemos permitido mientras ustedes nos den permiso, poner ahí las mesas.
There is a business next to us, but as long as you give us permission, we have the permission to have the tables there.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Muchas gracias y buena suerte.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Committee, are there any further questions for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. I want to revisit the question that was asked of you by our legal counsel related to zoning for outdoor food and drink at this location. Could you confirm once again for us that indeed you've already secured the permission of City Building Inspection Division for outdoor food and drink at this location? Otherwise known as zoning. Zoning is a part of our building inspection.
Sí, simplemente quiero volver un poco sobre la pregunta que hizo la abogada con respecto a la cuestión de zonificación para tener comida y bebida en el exterior. Simplemente quiero asegurarme de que, de hecho, tiene los permisos del Departamento de Inspección de Edificios, que son parte del Departamento de Zonificación, es parte de ellos, para poder servir comida y bebidas en el exterior.
Cuando yo hablé por teléfono, solo me dijeron que sí, no me dieron como un papel o algo. No sé si tengo que tener un papel por escrito.
I talked to them on the phone, but they never gave me any kind of like paper confirming it. I don't know if I need some kind of like a document that confirms this.
Thank you. Yes, I would recommend that you speak with them again and clearly say that you wish to have food and drink served outside on private property, and because such a permit is required for that in the city of Madison, and I don't see any prior record of a similar permit, or I should say a previous restaurant use at this location that was licensed by the city. So I believe that one might be necessary. It can be handled administratively if you do not wish to serve late into the evening, which I don't believe you do.
Sí, no veo ningún historial de que haya un permiso de un restaurante en ese espacio, con lo cual sí que se necesitaría un permiso específico por parte del departamento, así que yo le diría que se ponga en contacto con ellos de nuevo para asegurarse de que tiene ese permiso por escrito.
Ok.
Thank you.
Okay.
And just maybe one last thing, just to confirm that there's no confusion. Are you sure that you know the correct people to call?
Simplemente para asegurarnos, ¿sabe con quién tiene que comunicarse exactamente?
Sí, cuando pedí el permiso de licor para adentro, llamé igual a la zonificación, al departamento de policía y al sector 12, me parece. Igual esta vez hice lo mismo.
Yes, I believe so. When I called for the alcohol permit, alcohol license last time, I called the police department, the zoning, and everybody. So that's what I did also this time.
Exactly. I was going to say the very same thing when you opened a couple of years ago and secured the required inspections by building inspection and zoning. It's that same phone number.
Sí, le iba a decir exactamente lo mismo. Cuando solicitó la primera licencia hace 2 años, que siguiera el mismo proceso y comunicarse con las mismas personas de zonificación, de licencias, y seguir ese proceso.
Sí, hice lo mismo, pero igual la otra vez no me dieron como un papel físico, solo me dijeron que sí estaba bien y no sé cómo lo hacen ellos, pero me dijeron que sí. Y ya después igual asistí a la reunión con ustedes y así lo mismo.
Yes, I did it the same way the other time, but that time also I didn't get like a physical paper with the permit, so I just did the same, just going through them and then attending this meeting with you.
Yeah, thank you. Very good point. Yeah, in this case, they would issue you a letter in writing with the permission that wasn't necessary when you had the inspections done, because that was done through internal communication with the city clerk's office at the time of licensing issuance. Yeah, so bottom line is you should ask for something in writing.
Sí, sí, debe pedir algo para tener algo por escrito, porque la otra vez se hizo de manera interna a través de la oficina del secretario de la ciudad y por eso es por lo que no tuvo ese papel, pero ahora debería pedir para tener un permiso por escrito.
Oh, ok, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the committee's clarification, this location isn't a strip mall. I drive past it regularly. It's just a building with 2 businesses in it. All right, what further questions do you
That
have?
was my mistake, Chair.
Not a problem. What further questions do you have for the applicant? Right, are there any other registrants for this item?
Let me double check that. I do not see anyone else registered.
All right, committee, what is your pleasure?
Move approval.
A motion to approve from Ms. Westra. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Bruchak. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 30 is granted. Congratulations, Sandra. And again, be sure to talk to zoning to make sure you're in order on that also, but you are good now on your alcohol license.
Sandra, se aprobó la licencia, así que enhorabuena y únicamente asegúrese de hablar con el Departamento de Zonificación, de Inspección de Edificios, para conseguir el documento que le han pedido. Pero está aprobado.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Awesome. All right, next up, items 48 and 32. This is Los Remedios. 48 is a new license application, and 32 is a 21-plus entertainment license application. Do we have a registrant here for this item? Oh, here we go. Excellent. Please, welcome to the ALRC. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Villarreal. Estoy aquí para transferir las licencias de Patricia para mi nombre. Y es, bueno, nosotros estamos en un restaurante de comida nicaragüense y queremos continuar con los permisos y las licencias que anteriormente ella tiene.
We are here just to, my name is Maria Villarreal, and we are here to transfer the license from Patricia to our name, and we have like a Nicaraguan restaurants, and we just want to continue with it.
Excellent. Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Bruchak.
Is anything changing about the business?
No, same thing.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bruchak. Committee, what additional questions do you have for this applicant? Captain Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding items 48 and 32, my notes from Captain Harrison Zanders from the South District include that they spoke over the phone.
Yes, I called him and I left him a message.
Okay. And that he does not have any issues with item 48.
No.
And then he stated in his email, if they want to do further additions, which I'm seeing as item 32, he would want to discuss further and wanted that noted.
So, Captain Hansen, are you saying that MPD would request that ALRC refer item 32?
Well, at this point, I'm wondering if item 32, how that differentiates from item 48, because he's obviously okay with the alcohol and food sales, but the entertainment is what we're looking for a little clearer definition. Is there live music? Is there, what all entails with that?
Well, would you like to take this opportunity to ask the applicant yourself?
So for the applicant, yeah.
Assistant City Attorney Zillivi?
Sorry, I was going to butt in here. I talked to Captain Zanders late this afternoon, and he just wants an opportunity to further flesh out the security plan aspect of the entertainment license. In theory, he doesn't have an objection to it, but one of the concerns is that this is a remote location. There's not a lot out there near it, so it's kind of ripe for one of those situations where, I think everybody knows there is a group in Madison that tends to go late night and take over licensed establishments. So this could be a target for that, and he just wants to make sure they're aware of all the possibilities that come with an entertainment license and have an opportunity to discuss a more robust security plan, or at least ideas of what a security plan should encompass. I mean, it says on the entertainment license that they are going to be at the front door. That's not really adequate. So he said that as long as he had an opportunity to meet with the applicant before this would go to council, he didn't object to the committee approving it if that's what the committee wanted to do.
Gotcha. All right, thank you very much, Assistant City Attorney Zillivi. So, committee, before we move on to other issues, do you have any questions for Assistant City Attorney Zillivi or Captain Hansen about the matter we were just discussing? Alder Verveer? Oh, sorry.
My questions, Chair, are of the applicant.
Okay.
Are we back to the applicant or no?
I guess, yeah, it doesn't look like there's anybody else for that, so you're up. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Hello, welcome. Just so I understand, have you previously, or I should say currently, offering live music at the establishment? Or have DJs been performing there? The mic's not on. The mic isn't on, sorry. Could you repeat that, please, sorry?
Yes, in the past with Patricia, they were offering that.
Yes, because I note that the Common Council granted a 21-plus entertainment license in the spring of 2022 for Patricia's. And you had previously testified that no changes are planned.
Porque ellos, bueno, al transferirnos la licencia dijeron que iban a transferir todo, las de entretenimiento, la de alcohol, como todo junto.
When they were transferring the license, they said that they would be transferring all of it, both the entertainment license and the alcohol license.
Yes, yes. I understand, and that's why you've applied for both alcohol and entertainment.
Sí, porque nos gustaría como seguir teniendo ese lugar para que las personas puedan seguir yendo a divertirse adecuadamente y con la seguridad que se necesita.
Yes, because we would like to keep that place so people could go and have fun with the properly and with the adequate security.
How often has live entertainment been offered in the past?
Los fines de semana,
Weekends.
sábado y domingo.
Sábado-
No, sábado, viernes y sábado.
Fridays and Saturdays.
So has that been since 2022?
Desde el 2022.
Yo pienso que sí.
That's what I think.
Okay. Do you know, have the police ever been called to the establishment?
No, no han llamado nunca.
No, there have been no calls.
No issues at all with the entertainment, live entertainment that attracted the police attention?
No, pues no hemos tenido nada de reporte ni nada de eso, ni llamadas a la policía.
No, we haven't had any calls to the police.
No.
I was just trying to clarify if she was answering just for herself now or also for Patricia before. And she said that not before, it didn't either.
I meant in the past?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sí, no creo porque no.
Since you opened in 2022?
Sí,
No issues?
No, ella nos dijo que no.
No, she told us that there have been no issues.
Okay. Well, just to clarify, you currently are involved in the current establishment or no?
¿Usted está ahora involucrada en el
You personally?
personalmente?
Yo sí estoy ahí.
Yes, I am there.
What's your role been the last couple of years at the establishment?
Oh, no, nosotros solo estamos tomando lo de ahorita de las licencias. No tengo nada que ver anteriormente, como era de su propiedad de ella, no mío.
Okay, no, we are just taking over now with the licenses. Before it was just her own property and had nothing to do with us.
But you're so when you say that you don't believe there have been any issues with the entertainment in the past, it's because that's what you've been told. You haven't actually been involved and been there on the weekends regularly. Is that correct?
Yes, it's what she has told me.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Now I understand. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Chair, I have no further questions of the applicant. I want to ask Captain Hansen a question at the appropriate time, though.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Now, Ms. Carter.
Thank you. I know this location very well, so my concerns is this is an area that probably needs a robust security plan. As Attorney Zillavi mentioned, it is a remote area, and if you were not involved when it was Patricia, I believe you pronounced her name, establishment, then I think you really do need to consider a robust security plan. So I concur with Captain Sanders' concerns, and I would let me just ask you this: Can you reiterate for me your security plan before I go any further?
Ok, queremos tener 4 personas de seguridad debidamente entrenadas y con sus acreditaciones que necesitan. Ajá. Es un lugar pequeño, no es un lugar con capacidad para muchas personas, entonces pensamos que con 4 personas de seguridad podemos estar bien. Y si hay algo más que ellos piensen que necesitamos agregar, pues lo vamos a hacer.
Yes, this is. We are thinking of having like 4 security people who are like properly trained and accredited. This is a small place, so that's why we believe with 4 people should be enough. But if you have any recommendations or any suggestions of something else that we should do, I'll be glad to listen to it.
Thank you. And you'll also, so it'll be 4 additional people, including adding yourself and 1 other person, so like 5 people working security if necessary.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll wait. I have a question for Captain Hansen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Committee, do you have any further questions for the applicant? All right. Sandra, you may take a seat in the gallery. You can take a seat in the gallery. Maria, oh, gosh, I'm the last one, darn it. Sorry. Okay. So Alder Verveer, I believe you were first up for the next round of questions.
Thank you, Chair. I will confess I had a sidebar with Captain Hansen, so he knows what I'll be asking him, and that was, first, Captain, if you were able to access police call for service data from the meeting, and then secondly, if you were aware if Captain Zanders or others of the South Police District were aware that this establishment has had apparently live entertainment for the last couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, first of all, I can't bring up calls for service right now in the system. I'm unable to log in. But I can tell you anecdotally, I was still the captain of the South District from 2019 to all the way through 2022, and we did not have a large volume of calls for service to this address. I think they're still probably interpreting. So it was not deemed one of our problem or on our radar bars or entertainment. That said, I was unaware of live music or live entertainment at this establishment during that time. I did just text Captain Zanders and Lieutenant Harris and just awaiting their opine as well. But I do know that he did note in his email that if they want anything besides the alcohol and food, i.e. entertainment, he would definitely want those discussions with them one-on-one. And so Jennifer Zillevy, Attorney Zillevy, also confirmed that.
Yes, thank you for reiterating that. It's just curious to me that the captain might not be aware that an alcohol license and entertainment license have been in effect at this premise for the last few years. And I don't know if that would have changed his thinking or not.
I mean, it certainly is not a bad sign, right? If they've had the license and MPD didn't even know about it.
Right, right.
Cool.
If I had no further questions, Captain, I know that Ms. Carter does, but I was curious, I'll just say it now. Chair, if ACA Zillevy in her communications with the captain, if she thought that he was aware that there's been a DJ at these premises for the last few years, apparently on the weekends.
Assistant City Attorney Zillevy, did your discussions with Captain Sanders include any mention of the fact that there already is an entertainment license at this location?
They did not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Ms. Carter, if you have questions.
Yeah, my camera is freaking out, so I'll have it off and I'll just come in when I have a question so I don't. And Anyway, my question was already answered. I wanted to know the calls of service, and Captain Hansen already explained that he can't log into that, so I'm fine.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carter. All right. Mr. Verbeek, do we have any other registrants for this item?
Yeah, we've had David Norseman. David Norseman is registered as in support and available to answer questions.
All right. Committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Bruchak.
Thank you. Just listening to the question and answers and the discussion so far, it seems like that Captain Sanders might want to do some due diligence, including one-on-one with the applicant before the license is granted. But I don't see why that should prevent us from moving ahead and teeing this up for the Common Council in the future. So for that reason, I'd move to grant both the
All right.
license.
I
and
hear
the-
a motion for Mr. Bruchak to grant items 32 and 48. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Carter. Is there any discussion? Hearing none? Good grief, sorry. Alder
You're
Revere.
looking at too many screens up there, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just not used to this for some reason.
We have been in another room the last couple meetings, I guess. Anyway, thank you. I just wanted to emphasize with the applicant, please, that she contact the South Police District captain at her earliest opportunity, because he's made it clear that he'd like to meet with you to discuss, I think, the entertainment in particular. So it would be really great if you could do that in the next couple of weeks prior to the Madison Common Council taking final action on the licenses on June 4th. Great, thank you very much and good luck. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Committee, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, is there any opposition to the motion to grant? Hearing none, motion carries. Items 32 and 48 are granted. Maria, congratulations. Have a good rest of your night. All right, next up, item 43, which is a new license application for Amar Peru at 610 Junction Road. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Not in the
room. Do we have somebody on the phone?
I'm not seeing any registrants online.
¿Algún representante de Amar Perú aquí? May I ask? On the-
Esmeralda?
Sí, Esmeralda, ¿algún representante de Amar Perú está en
Hello.
el Zoom?
Yes, I am online.
Excellent.
I am online.
Cool. Will you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Sure. My name is Lucas Daniel Rodriguez, husband of Esmeralda Rodriguez.
Stop for a second. When you signed up, you asked for Spanish to English and English to Spanish interpretation.
No.
And we have an interpreter here who is ready, willing, and able to provide that service. Would you like to take advantage of that service?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to speak, and the interpreter can interpret English to Spanish. So please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business.
Sí, preséntese y háblenos del plan que propone, del negocio, plan de negocio que propone.
Sí, mi nombre es Lucas Rodríguez. propongo o tomé posesión de Brewers Tap House y estoy haciendo un restaurante peruano en esta locación. Tengo experiencia en la ciudad de Madison por 15 años ahora en el restaurant business. Antes tuve Inca Heritage por 10 años en South Park Street. Y también Estación Inca en University Avenue y Piquito en Middleton, Peruvian siempre. Y ahora estoy empezando esta nueva aventura culinaria en el 610 de Junction Road.
Yes, my name is Lucas Rodriguez. I took over from Brewers. I don't got. ¿Cuál es el nombre del local de antes? Brewers. Oh, Brewers Tap House. Brewers Tap House. I have been in the restaurant business in the Madison area for the last 15 years. I was in charge of the Inca Heritage on Park Street for 10 years. Then I also was part of the Estación Inca on University Avenue and Piquitos in Middleton. And now I'm going with this new culinary adventure.
Excellent. Thank you, Lucas. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? All right. Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
Committee, what is your pleasure?
Move approval.
I hear a motion from Ms. Westra to approve, second from Mr. Bruchak. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 43 is granted. Congratulations, Lucas, and have a good night.
Sí, Lucas, se ha concedido su solicitud. Que enhorabuena y que tenga una buena noche.
Muchísimas gracias. Los espero.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you.
All right, next up, item 46. 46 is a new license application for El Pollo Rumbero, 77 Sirloin Strip, which is a real address in Madison. I looked it up.
Came from town of Madison.
As a former cab driver, it is not easy to stump me on addresses, but this one did. I had to look up where it was. Excellent. So, welcome to the ALRC. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Araceli Rivera. Sigo con la aventura. Tengo un restaurante, soy partnership de la Pollera Colombiana que están en el East Side. Entonces mi aventura quiere seguir en el 77 Sirloin, proporcionando lo mismo que tengo allá en la Pollera Colombiana. Un ambiente familiar, ¿qué más? Un ambiente familiar que se sientan como en casa, vengo con unos un poco más diferente, cafés griegos, agregando algo extra que se sientan cómodos para la familia. Y ¿qué más sería? Tengo experiencia en eso del restaurante y nos gusta dar como piña colada, mojitos, algo que si hay un cumpleaños, celebrarlo con armonía y todo, felicitar y cantar. Y todos son bienvenidos, que se sientan realmente como en su casa.
Yes, my name is Araceli Rivera, and I'm currently a partner with La Pollera Colombiana, and I want to open this place at 77 Sirloin. Basically, what we are doing is going to be the same kind of business as La Pollera Colombiana, a family environment where people can enjoy and be comfortable. We're going to be adding some items like a Greek coffee and something extra just for people to be comfortable in this with their families. We just want people to have a good experience. We will be serving piña colada and mojitos and just having like people maybe going to enjoy their birthday, and all of you are invited.
Excellent. Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant?
I just want to say that I don't currently see you registered, so after this is all over, the committee's made their motion, everything that's been approved. If you could use the QR code on the wall behind us to register for this item, that would be great to have in the public record.
Thank you. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Ms. Carter.
Thank you. My question, I have a couple questions. First of all, just for a side note, 77 Sirloin Strip has a long history. When my parents came to town in the 50s, it was a take on 77 Sunset Strip. But they couldn't do that, obviously, so that's why it's Sirloin. Anyway, we'll do that another day. My question to the applicant is, number one, have you talked to the alder of your district that your location is in? I'll let you answer that.
Yo los invité ayer que tuve un party, invité a varios invitados, di comida gratis ¿cómo se dice? A los del vecindario, y los invité, le dejé mensaje al capitán Sanders, invité al concejal, si les gustaba, quería que conocieran mis platos típicos que estaba dando. Tuve alrededor de 50 invitados, di una comida gratis para todos. Quería presentarme, que me conocieran en ese vecindario.
¿Me parece que cuando dice vecindario es con la asociación de vecinos o simplemente los vecinos?
No, así todos los que estaban ahí alrededor.
Okay. So, well, let me go back. Yes, I actually yesterday I had a meeting in which I invited the alder, the Captain Sanders, for all of them to have like a free food and to know the plates that we would be serving. And we had around 50 people attending this meeting yesterday.
También lo invité a eso.
Alder Knox attended that.
¿El concejal asistió?
Aconsejaron la Cámara de Comercio y varias personas alrededor.
Pero el concejal,
no,
el
solamente,
Alder Knox, no.
No, el Mr. Sanders no. Me dijo que...
Okay. Mr. Sanders, the Captain Sanders didn't attend, and I believe the Alder also didn't attend.
Me dijeron que probablemente pasaban mañana es el gran opening, entonces si no podían el martes, yo los espero con mucho gusto mañana a todos y todos son bienvenidos.
Tomorrow is the grand opening, and they told me that they couldn't attend yesterday, but they will try to stop by tomorrow.
Okay, so was your open house your informational meeting? Like for the neighborhood or?
Sí, fue para los vecinos, para todos eran, sí, para los vecinos que los vecinos que somos nuevos nosotros ahí como restaurante colombiano, para que nos demos a conocer que es un restaurante familiar.
¿Pero fue reunión informativa o fue...?
Yo les invité y los que llegaron. Sí, yo invité a la Cámara de Comercio, a la Asociación de Hispanos y a la Asociación del... ¿Cómo se llama? De la traila.
Ya,
sí, a todos ellos hicieron.
Yeah, I invited the Chamber of Commerce and all the neighbors and also the association from the mobile home park around. And yeah, I wanted them to know the business since we are new in the area.
Okay, so you're also close to the Capitol View neighborhood, and an invitation should be extended to them. My second question for you is, will you have entertainment on Friday and Saturday every week?
¿Va a tener entretenimiento los viernes y los sábados cada semana?
Viernes solamente karaoke, sábado solamente mariachi, pero es como familiar para celebrar los cumpleaños, unas 3 horas, me refiero como a las 6 de la tarde. Cuando yo empiece el karaoke, yo pienso poner a security para que esté todo bien.
Yeah, just on Fridays karaoke and on Saturdays mariachi, but just around starting at 6, maybe for 3 hours. But when there is entertainment, when there is the karaoke, I want to use some security.
El mariachi es para los cumpleaños.
And the mariachi is just mainly for birthdays or any kind of party that they may have.
Okay. And I'm familiar with this location. So there's 2 bars in this establishment. Would you be utilizing both bars for your restaurant?
Bueno.
Or just one?
El restaurante es colombiano y le agregué con un poco mexicano en la barra de donde hay licor. Solamente la voy a usar en una barra es solamente licor, en la otra es como café, como el brunch, como traigo cosas como frappé, cappuccino y cosas así en la otra barra.
Yes, it's basically two places. It's gonna be kind of Colombian and also Mexican. And in one of the bars is gonna be mostly for liquor. The other one is gonna be more like a coffee, frappés, and something like this for brunch, cappuccinos.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carter. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about live entertainment. You state in the application that you'll be offering mariachi bands.
No, solo mariachi.
Question, I know you probably don't have the application there. Question number 26 says that you plan to have karaoke and live mariachi. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. See, just let me give you a note. When you ask about mariachi bands, she said not a band, just mariachi. I don't know if they need some
Can
clarification.
you pardon my ignorance and explain the difference, please?
Banda es cuando grupos que cuando bailen y cosas, mariachi solamente para que la gente esté comiendo, para que si es un cumpleaños de alguien, cantarle las mañanitas, cosas así, más familiar.
Yeah. The way I understand, if I talk about a band, I'm thinking of people dancing, but this is more just the mariachis just singing around while people eat, or maybe like sing a happy birthday song. I'm thinking more of like that, not just like a band in which people would be up and dancing.
Yeah, only mariachi, no bands.
Yeah, so just mariachi, no bands.
So, but mariachi would be more than one live performer?
¿Cuántas personas en el mariachi?
Dile que a veces 4 personas o 6 personas. En este estado no hemos encontrado como... Yo vengo del estado de Nueva York, vienen 12 mariachis. Para acá solamente encontramos de 5 o 6 mariachis lo máximo, o 8.
Yeah, it's usually going to be probably like 4 people, maybe 6. I'm coming from the state of New York, and there it's usually like 12. But here in Wisconsin, I have not been able to find anybody who has more than 6.
We don't have that level of talent in Wisconsin yet.
Yeah.
Well, very good. So the reason I ask, and I don't know if you already understand this from the city clerk's office, but we have an entertainment license ordinance. And you are not required to have an entertainment license for karaoke, so that's not a problem. You have
Okay.
what reasonable people consider karaoke, using a machine and music on a screen, that sort of thing. You don't need a special license for that. But you do if you wish to have a DJ, or, as we were discussing with the last 2 applicants ago, or if you wish to have more than one acoustic performer. So in other words, one person performing for a birthday song is okay with one instrument, but if you have more than one, you need to apply for an entertainment license with the city and come back and visit us at a future meeting for that license.
No, son dos bocinas pequeñas, tienen 2 micrófonos y no creo tener así fuerte. O sea, porque es un restaurante y si ellos van a comer no va a haber tanto ruido. So, bueno, a mí en el lugar, si yo voy a un restaurante y la música está muy alta, no me siento cómoda para hablar.
Creo que la cuestión es cuántas personas están actuando.
Oh.
It's just a restaurant, so I'm only thinking of having just like very soft music, because if you're in a restaurant, you don't want like loud music that you are not even able to talk. So we are only gonna have like a couple speakers. But I told her like probably the amount of musicians is the issue, right?
It's about live music, and that we consider DJs performing as live music. So again, if you have one trumpeter performing, that's okay, but you can't have two performing without this license.
Solo una persona.
Sí, se llega a poner, a veces nosotros queremos poner, como mañana es una persona que además va y pone música con la computadora y sería todo.
Yeah, it would be just one person. Like tomorrow, it would be just one person with a computer, like playing music, and that would be all.
If it seems like a reasonable person would consider it a disc jockey, that's not allowed. So if it's someone like setting up a performance and you can watch the person making the music, you need a special license for that.
Entonces voy a...
But if it's someone like using your cell phone or a stereo and not someone publicly performing the music, and it's coming from the office or the kitchen or what have you, then that you don't need a license for that, for background music like that. Yeah.
Entonces,
It's a $300 annual license, and you would just have to complete another application and come back and visit with us about that if you wish to, again,
pues está bien.
have more. Again, karaoke is no problem, and one instrumentalist is no problem, but other entertainment, in terms of instruments or a disc jockey, you need another license from us. Okay?
Está bien.
And it has nothing to do with dancing, by the way, either. It's not because of dancing. It's the performance. Okay?
Está bien, entonces yo la saco, no hay problema. Yo la saco de todas maneras.
Yeah, then I will be requesting that,
Very
that
good.
license in
Yeah.
the future.
So you just
Thank you for letting me
visit
know.
the friendly people at the city clerk's office again, and they'll help you with that application. And then we'll see you back probably it would be July at this point, Deputy City Clerk Verbic, or because of Juneteenth Day delaying our meeting next month. Have we missed the deadline for the June ALRC meeting?
No, the deadline to get on the June meeting is going to be noon next Monday.
Okay, so, yeah.
Yeah.
So you could visit with us already next month for the entertainment license application, if you apply with the city clerk by next Monday at noon. Thank you.
Está bien. Yo lo hago, entonces mañana voy a ir a preguntar al Clear Office y a pedir la información.
I will be checking at the clerk's office tomorrow, and I will get the information.
Sure, they'll look forward to helping you there. Thank you very much, and good luck. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the registrant? All right. Thank you, Araceli. You may have a seat in the gallery.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter.
I move approval with the notation that they will apply for an 21 entertainment license. Just a notation, not a condition.
Okay. How would you, Mr. Verbic, are you capable of recording that in any way?
Or an advisement.
That makes sense. Okay. So you're moving to grant this application and reminding the applicant that this does not cover entertainment and that should she want to have multiple musicians performing, she will need to apply for an additional license?
Correct.
Excellent. And I heard a second from Alder Vervier. Committee, any discussion? Were there any other registrants for this item, Jim?
Let me check. No, there was no registrants, and again, I would recommend the applicant register after this item is dealt with.
All right. So we have a motion to grant and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 46 is granted. Congratulations, Araceli. Have a good rest of your night, and remember to register before you leave. All right.
Okay, so thank you. And everybody, if you'd like to come enjoy tomorrow us, 770 Madison, El Pollo Bombero is going to be Colombian food and great food. And we have a surprise there.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good night.
Enjoy.
Mr. Verbeek, are there any further items on the agenda requiring English to Spanish and Spanish to English interpretation?
There are not.
All right. I guess Julio's helping.
Thank you,
her out there.
Julio.
Julio, thanks. Have a good night. All right. Next up, item 47. 47 is a new license application for Sumo at 1745 Parkside. So do we have someone here for that item? Do we have anybody? Go.
有没有代表 Sumo 的在线上的代表？
Any luck?
We do have a registrant. Last name's Young, and I don't see anyone with the name matching that.
What's this 573 phone number?
Ask him to unmute. We have a registrant in Zoom with the phone number ending in 5990. I've allowed you to unmute yourself to see if you are the person we're looking for, or if you could identify yourself. I think you might have to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
5990尾数电话号码的人，能不能把静音关掉？
Hello?
Hello? What is your name? And what item
My
are you?
name is Inderjeet Kaur.
Say again, please.
My name is Inderjeet Kaur.
We're having trouble understanding what you were saying.
My name is Inderjeet Kaur.
Oh, Inderjeet Kaur? Okay. All right. We'll take your item up later. Thank you. I am not seeing the register. I can reach out to them. Like I said, they did register, but they're just not either in person or in Zoom. But I can send an email.
Okay. So I am sorry to say we're going to have to wait a little bit longer and come back to this one.
Okay, all right.
While we are waiting for that, next up is item 11. Item 11 is a change of agent for Applebee's at 4710 East Town Boulevard. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not have anyone register for this item.
All right. So committee, to let you know why I do think, as a matter of policy, no one should need to say why they requested separation for an item, but in this case, I will volunteer. And it is that we have had some issues in the past with this license where the license holder has seemed significantly disengaged from the city, the license, and the process. We've had past occasions where we had significant difficulty getting a hold of anybody from there. And I wanted to take this as an opportunity to check in with them and make sure they're paying attention to their establishment and the rules of the city in which it operates. All that being said, you may take whatever action you would like on item 11. What is your pleasure? Mr. Bruchak.
So you had trouble getting a hold of the new agent or the previous agent?
We had trouble getting a hold of the organization at all. So they had a change of agent application a few years ago, which got flagged because, if I remember right, the person who was supposed to be the new agent had committed vehicular homicide while intoxicated. And we had concerns about that and wanted to speak to that person. And they operated for nearly a year without having a valid agent and without responding to any communication from the city. Finally, we separated their license at renewal time, and that was enough to wake them up and get their attention. Have I answered your question?
So you don't know who David Oestrike is?
Not at all.
Did they know? Did the new agent or anyone from the business know? Well, let's say this, that they follow our committee closely. They don't answer our calls, but they follow our committee closely enough to know this was likely to be on the consent agenda, and for that reason, just not show up. Can we rule that out? Are we giving them a fair chance?
They were sent a link to connect to the meeting.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bruchak. Ms. Farley.
I have two questions. The first question is to repeat what you just said back, so to make sure that I'm understanding. So they submitted the change of agent. We had, this is change of agent. We had questions about it, or it was pulled rather, and we have not been able to get a hold of them.
No, I think you're conflating two things. There was a past occasion where we had trouble getting a hold of them. That is not the case right now. Right now, there's just, they are on the agenda. They applied for a change of agent, and they were informed by Jim that they were on the agenda and would have the opportunity to discuss this item. And they did not send a representative to the meeting in person or virtually.
Okay, but this has been on the agenda multiple times now?
No, this is the first time.
Oh, I think I'm a little confused by the beginning of your, when you brought this up.
Sure.
Of
So,
comparing it. Yeah.
A perfectly reasonable thing to do would be to completely ignore everything that I said and just say, here's this item. It's on our agenda. There doesn't happen to be anybody here for it. What do you want to do? What further questions do you have, Ms. Farley?
You've answered all of my questions.
All right. Next up would be Ms. Carter.
Yes, I want to move to refer this to our next meeting. I think with the history of this location, it's very important that they do attend the meeting. And I would like to refer this to our next meeting.
I hear a
That's my motion.
I hear a motion from Ms. Carter to refer item 11. Do I hear a second? Second from Ms. Farley. Okay. I see a hand up for Alder Madison District 17. Alder Madison? Alder Madison, I believe that you are on mute.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yay! All right. So, because this is in the district and I haven't heard these concerns and I haven't heard from the business directly, but I also have not reached out to the business. I do hope that you all do decide to refer to the next meeting. It will give me an opportunity as well to send an email and just see whether or not I can get some communication. I'm also interested to know whether or not the captain, if there's a captain still in attendance, have there been calls or have there been any other concerns from MPD side? I'll also email them, just in case there isn't a captain tonight. But if there's someone in attendance who can answer the question around whether or not the business has seen any calls or regular police calls for service that are of concern. And I will do my due diligence as well to try to reach the business. But I wasn't aware of their previous concerns.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alder Madison, and thank you for joining us. Captain Hansen, could you please address Alder Madison's question?
You bet. To my knowledge, in reviewing the calls for service Excel spreadsheet I get every Monday, this is not a place of business on my radar to present to the ALRC. Having said that, based on what the chair has said and Ms. Carter, that a delay so we can get official calls for service reviews would be in order if that is of concern, and we can have that at our next meeting.
Excellent. Thank you, Captain Hansen. Alder Madison, do you have any further questions or comments?
Nope. Just thanks, Captain Hansen, for answering that question.
Beautiful. Thank you. Ms. Carter?
Yes, let me just clarify. My concern is the lack of engagement with the committee regarding the change of agent. And even though the license remains, they still need to be engaged.
Understood. Is there any further discussion on item 11? All right, so we have a motion to refer. Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 11 is referred to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. All right, next up is item 29. Item 29 is a change of licensed premises for the Deliciouser at 931 East Main. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. They are currently in Zoom. It is Michelle Oyamada.
Hello.
Hello, Michelle. Will you please introduce yourself and tell us what you are proposing for your business?
Hello, my name is Michelle Oyamada. I'm one of the partners at the Deliciouser, and we want to put a patio in front of our space because a lot of times people don't know exactly what we are, and they'll walk by and then we'll have people say we didn't know what we were. So we thought if we put a patio and we can have some outdoor dining, our primary business is still spices, but we like to serve dishes made with our spices so people know how to use them. So we want to have extra space in the front. We've also taken the space next to us where we do our processing. So we wanted to move our liquor cabinet there, locked up, just so we have more room in the kitchen. And then we've kind of rearranged our dining room so we have room for one more table.
Excellent, thank you. Just to make sure my map is working correctly, that's the same block with Old Sugar Distillery, right?
Yes, we're right next to it, and the patio actually would be next to Old Sugar's patio.
Excellent. Is the patio that you are proposing adding to your licensed premises included in your lease?
We've talked to Main Street. It's owned by Commonwealth Development, and they're in agreement. We just have a few little things to work out.
Okay, so you don't have the legal agreement yet, but you intend to before you would start serving
For sure.
alcohol. All right.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Ms. Carter. Go ahead, Ms. Carter.
Sorry.
I see that on the communications from Alder Rumble, it says she supports the patio until 9 p.m. Is the applicant agreeable to that?
Yes, we don't want to have it later than 9 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Carter. Committee, what further questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Michelle. A follow-up to the chair's question. To confirm, your use of the outdoors would actually be on city public property, correct? It would not be on private property? Oh, okay. Just like
Correct.
Old Sugar. So have you already secured a sidewalk cafe license from the city's Office of Business Resources? Or
We're
are you
in process. Yeah, we're in process.
Very good. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
All right. Committee, what's your pleasure?
I move approval.
Is that with the condition that alcohol sales cease by 9 p.m.? On the
Absolutely.
patio? All right.
On the patio, correct.
I hear a motion. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Bruchak. Any discussion? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you. Could I just suggest if we're going to add that condition that we use the legal phrase sidewalk cafe rather than patio?
Is that amenable to the maker and seconder of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Thank you, Alder Verveer and others. All right, any further discussion of this motion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 29 is granted with conditions. And Michelle, remember that you'll also need the city permit to use the sidewalk for this to be legal.
Was that
Yes.
sidewalk cafe, was that the? Okay, gotcha.
All right, excellent. So that was item 29. Next up, or have we had any luck hearing from Sumo?
They indicated that they had registered, but they didn't receive the link. I asked if they could try registering again, because sometimes that works. Let me just double check Zoom to see if they are in. Come on. I don't think they're in yet,
All right. Sorry, Holly.
but they're working.
Next up, item 31, change of licensed premises for Prost at 401 East Wash. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
David Now is registered, and I believe he's in Zoom. He is.
All right.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, David. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed expansion?
Yeah, hi. My name is David Now. I'm the general manager of Prost Madison Beer Hall. So we're in the process of planning a one-day event. We're calling it Prost Summerfest. We have just actually this morning got the street use permit, so we'll have the street closed down, and we're just looking to let people take beer out into the part we have closed down. We'll have some tables set up. I've sent a site map to a couple people in regards to this, but we followed all the proper planning with the street use permit and everything. So it's just we want people to be able to take beer out to some tables and stuff.
Sounds good. Having been to your establishment, I think having a little more elbow room for outdoor space would be welcome. Committee.
Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Ms. Carter?
Yes, are you familiar that with Alder Rumble, who sent the communication to us, that although she supports but with the understanding that you would reach out to nearby neighbors to inform them of the event and street closing. Are you
Yes.
willing to do that?
Yeah, so we've already written up a little flyer. So we only have one residence that, or I'm sorry, two residences that we would need to notify, one of which is a smaller apartment building. I know the people that live in the house and also in the apartment building, so we'll be handing out a flyer by the end of the week. And probably for, in a couple of weeks, just to remind people. But we are going to immediately start notifying our neighbors.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. Brushak.
Thanks for coming, David. So how will customers know the boundaries of the extended premises?
Right. So we are getting barriers from the city. We're going to use those as part of, obviously blocking off the streets and stuff. We plan to have kind of like rope stands, little tie off so people will know where they can go. It should be kind of clearly defined by the way we have things set up. Trash cans are set up, tied off with rope to make sure that we also keep the emergency lane clear. And it should, hopefully that will designate the barriers where people understand they're allowed to be.
Yeah, just a lot of places I've noticed have signs too that say beer only, or no beer beyond this point. So something maybe to think about.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Brushak. Assistant City Attorney Zelovy.
Thank you. This is just more of a comment for Jim in the event the ALRC approves this, just to make sure that it's noted on the license, a temporary one-day extension for 6/22/24.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Assistant City Attorney Zelovy. Committee, what further questions do you have for the applicant? Jim, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
All right, committee, what's your pleasure? Your motion to approve from Mr. Brushak. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Westra. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 31 is granted. Congratulations, David, and have a good rest of your night.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Sure. Any luck on Sumo?
Let's see. Not yet.
All right. So next up would be item 45, which is a new license application for Atico Lounge at 823 East Wash, and item 33, an entertainment license for the same location. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do. We have two registrants, Ben Roberts and Alan Stupinian. And Ben is in Zoom, and so is Alan.
All right. So who would like to go first?
Let's go with Ben Roberts. You guys hear me?
We've got a little bit of an echo. Try it again.
Ben Roberts.
Alan, if you could mute. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
All right.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
Yes, my name is Ben Roberts. I represent Tacos and Tequila LLC, and Alan is co-owner of that LLC. We are opening Atico Lounge in the 8th floor space of the new Moxie Hotel on East Washington Avenue. And we are seeking to get a Class B liquor and beer license as well as an entertainment license. It's going to be a restaurant setting with some lounge seating, high top seating and then bar stools, as well as outdoor patio seating. And the entertainment license is primarily for if the space also includes a private dining room. So it's if we want to bring in a DJ for an event or have a mariachi band for an event, but we don't anticipate doing that more than probably 10 times a year. We'll have a Latin-inspired food menu and craft cocktails, beer, and wine.
Excellent, thank you. So, I'll be back with you in a moment, Ben. I've got a question for Deputy City Clerk Verbeek, after which I will have a question for Assistant City Attorney Zellaby. Jim, can you tell us what license there is at this location presently? Or, sorry, right now?
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, the Moxie has a license at that establishment for a Class B commission.
Wait a minute. Man, somebody did something great. So I was potentially concerned about overlapping licenses, except I have now pulled up the application from Moxie, and they explicitly carve out the 8th floor restaurant space and say that that is not part of their licensed premises. And so the thing I was worried about is not only a non-issue, it was very explicitly made such. So sorry to waste everybody's time on that one. Mr. Bruchuk, what questions do you have for the applicant?
Okay, thanks for being here tonight. So you're on the 8th floor of the building, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the Marquette Neighborhood Association they sent us a letter asking to limit music to indoors only. How do you react to that?
So our audio will be indoor speakers that are part of like the restaurant. It's not if we were to have a DJ come in for an event, that DJ would actually just plug into our speaker system, and those speakers are just inside the building.
Okay, so there's no chance that outdoor music would become a thing for you?
Correct, and there's not even space on the patio to have a band or a DJ. It's pretty tight seating.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bruchuk. Ms. Carter.
Yes, Ben, what's the proposed number for seating on the patio? You said it's limited?
56.
I didn't hear you.
56.
56.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Carter? Okay. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? All right, Jim, do we have any other registrants for this item?
I believe it's just Alan is the only other person registered for this item.
All right. Alan, you're under no obligation to do so, but is there anything you would like to add?
No, everything what Ben said, everything is good.
Sounds good. Committee, what's your pleasure? Your motion to approve from Mr. Bruchuk. Is there a second?
Second.
From Ms.
Oh,
Westrop.
go.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there any?
Chair, I'm just wondering, do we have to mention the no music on the patio?
I would say that is up to the maker of the motion and the seconder.
I didn't second, so it's not up to
Bruchuk.
me.
Feel free to speak to your motion.
So I think we gained an understanding from the applicant that there will be no live amplified music outdoors. And so I think we comply with the request from Alder Rummel by gaining that understanding.
good enough for me.
Beautiful. Thank you, both of you. Any further discussion? All right. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, items 45 and 33 are granted. Congratulations, Ben and Alan, and please pass on my kudos to the Moxie management for their excellent description of their licensed premises.
Will do. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, item 35. Item 35 is an 18-plus visual and performing arts license for the Gamma Ray Bar, just a little bit that way. Do we have a registrant here for this item? Yes, awesome. Come on up.
How's it going?
It is going well. How are you today?
Good, good.
Lovely. So tell us what you're proposing, or introduce yourself and tell us what you're proposing.
Yes, my name is Kevin Wilmot, and I'm proposing that I'm opening up a music venue, a bar at 121 West Main Street in downtown Madison.
Lovely. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? For anyone potentially unnerved by the lack of questions, Kevin was here at a previous meeting and got grilled by the committee. Ms. Carter.
Well, I'm a little bit concerned with the 80% alcohol and 10% food. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, you know, being that we're focusing on music and entertainment as the main source of revenue for the space, and that there's the Paradise and the Shamrock and the Tornado Room that are actively serving food until 1 a.m., I wanted to not take from their revenue and kind of more purposely push, menus for the Paradise, the Tornado Room, et cetera, to get food in the consumer or the customer that is in need of that type of thing. But we will have frozen pizza on house with a Wisconsin delicacy. So hopefully that frozen pizza will be more than 10%, but I put it at a modest 10% just because I don't know how much pizza we're going to really necessarily sell.
So it's just like bar food, pizza, and...
We'll have, I'm working with the Paradise on, like I said, having laminated menus. And I think we're even going to have walkie-talkies. I was talking with April, their bar manager. I'm very excited about that. So we can create communication between the two bars and hopefully have easy access to go fried foods, simple finger foods, that type of thing that we can offer in the space as well to go from the Paradise.
Okay, so let me just understand this. So I would be able to order from the Paradise and the other bar that would be delivered to me at the Gamma Ray Bar?
You know, as we build our systems on the block, I think that would be the dream and the main goal. But as a starting out, the goal is to say, hey, if you want to go next door and grab some food to go and pay at their establishment and then bring it over, you're more than able. But, I think, long term, that is the goal, is to have maybe some type of delivery service between the bars on the block. I mean, West Main is a very comfortable space. I know a lot of the folks in that block very well. So that is the goal, but I don't want to infringe on their systems and make their lives more difficult. But that is the end goal, is to have as much food in the space as possible.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Eddie, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Oh, I see a couple of people here. Mr. Brushuk.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Of course, Kyle.
So what kind of, this place that the premises that you're applying for used to be a nightclub and music establishment, right?
Well, certainly the Frequency you're talking about? Yep. More famously, it's the Frequency, but it was the Barley Pop Alive before that.
Right, okay. And so what kind of background you have in this business and security in particular?
I started actually when I moved to Madison over 12 years ago. I I moved here from Kansas to work door at Jenna's. And so I do have just a lot of history on that West Main block. And I started as a door person there and also as a cocktail server, and obviously learned the ins and outs of bar backing and security and managing the sidewalks, managing glassware, managing all of the aspects that come on having a space on the square like that. But then as I transitioned into more work into Madison, I started working at the High Noon Saloon, where I started at the door and doing the ticketing and doing the security and learning every aspect of the ins and outs of how to do the wristbands and check the IDs. I will have an ID scanner and a wand that we can use for, Thursday, Fridays, Saturdays. I probably won't wand for karaoke happy hours, but I think, the idea is that when we are having events that are deserving of that type of security, I'm definitely going to have those protocols in place for sure.
Sounds good. And finally, you presented this idea to the neighborhood association, right? And how was
Yes.
the reaction?
I had a great meeting with the neighborhood association when we were at for our first meeting to get our liquor license. And then even Colin, I think we talked in passing about my plan to do events here in the neighborhood. And I can tell you some of the fun events that I have planned for June if y'all are interested as well. I brought my phone down for this. We're gonna have Chastity Washington is a black comedian that's been on tour with Charlie Behrens the last 2 months, is going to be playing. That'll be June 13th. I'm going to be having on June 20th Encore, who is a well-known international DJ at Wart Radio, is going to have an African duet group that's coming from all over the world. So, and then we'll be doing some local bands doing their album releases, and we have the Queer Disco on June 22nd that we're going to highlight Donna Summer, because I've been to a lot of discos in this town, but they never played Donna, and it's a shame because Donna
travesty.
is disco, if you ask me, but when it comes to how I'm going to run my establishment, safety is at most the most thing I'm most looking to have in my space. I'm going to have a space that's going to have people of color and security, and in the bar staff, we're going to have a very inclusive space that'll be welcoming to the community and to that neighborhood, and that's what I'm most excited about. And so, yeah, Ms. Carter, do you have another question?
Okay.
No more questions? Yeah, so, more than anything, I'm just excited, and I do know that there is a worry of the...
Wait for somebody to actually ask a
Right,
question.
sorry.
So, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Well, welcome back, Kevin.
good to see
And I just wanted to first have a preface to my question by saying thank you once again for continuing the tradition of an 18-plus license at this premise.
Most certainly.
It's, one that has been the fabric of that block for many, many years now.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that we can keep this opportunity available for those under 21 to enjoy live performances there. I have two questions for you. The first one is, you already mentioned your cool lineup for next month.
Yes, sir.
But what, as of now, when do you think your actual opening date will be, that you'll have all of the licenses and permits in process? And when
We
do you think
have
you'll
our
actually have your opening
we have
date?
our zoning already approved, and I have fire and health coming in tomorrow, and I have building inspection coming in on Monday. And so having all of our permits in place after that, we'll be able to have our liquor license approved by the city. And then we'll be able to move forward towards May 30th and 31st karaoke soft opening, and then a June 1st, which I did put in a temporary entertainment license application for this meeting as well, in the hopes that we can do our grand opening on June 1st. And then I will go back to karaoke for June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and that'll be back for the Common Council for the approval, hopefully, of our license here today. And then I would move forward with entertainment live starting on June 6th, if that is applicable to how the systems work. I'm kind of learning many parts of this side of the industry. It's been really fun to work with the city council and to work with the city clerks on this whole process.
Well,
And,
you're
and of
enthusiastic.
course, the police department. For me, I'm very excited to continue the legacy of having music on West Main and bringing more entertainment to the downtown area. That said, though, I do know on the entertainment license, it says that you're only able to have one 18-plus event per week, and I am going to probably pursue that, at least in that first June. I'm not going to have many events that'll be 18-plus. I'm going to pursue kind of learning my systems as 21-plus. And Mike, did you have any opinions on that? Or how do you, I know that it's more of a, I know you worked really hard to get the 18-plus, that is my main goal. But as I open the doors, I kind of want to just, kind of create the bar, create my systems, and then once touring acts and that type of thing start to come around more, I'll definitely be doing 18-plus for those types of events.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks for always doing your homework on all this as well. Very impressive, and your enthusiasm is infectious, Kevin.
I can't help myself. I'm trying to stand still, but
And we've kept you sitting here for not as long as last month's meeting. But you've still been here for a few hours, that's for sure, with your wonderful wife, right? So the other question I just had, and it's more, this is more as a perhaps minor correction to our agenda, is, and Ms. Carter already asked you about the 80% revenue from alcohol, 10% food. Just to confirm, the remaining 10% is other.
Yes,
And you
other,
talked about
like
that
merchandising,
last month.
sweatshirts, chips. We'll probably have some candy because we'll be doing some kids shows on
You
Saturday
might want to
morning.
loosely consider that food, but
Yeah,
the
so-
chocolate milk you've talked about.
Of course, of course.
Yes,
It's
for the kids on the Saturday mornings.
It's going to be a lot of fun. My son asked for his birthday on June 26th to sing on stage with me. So we're going to do his birthday party on that Saturday morning.
That's great.
So it's really cool, and I do believe that having a space where we can have families come in on a Saturday morning. As a father that goes to the farmers market, that you often find yourself in the storm once you get to the square. So my hope is that I have an accessible place for people to come by and have some fun on a Saturday morning.
That's great. Well, congratulations again, Kevin, and look
Thank you
forward
for all
to
the
your
work that
opening.
you've done for Madison and the entertainments.
You're very welcome. So the point of my question, if you probably figured it out, Deputy City Clerk Verbeek, is so that the arithmetic works, if you could update in Legistar, please, the 10% other.
I did notice that as
agenda
well.
item, yeah.
And that's already on the application.
Oh, definitely, yeah. This is just for Legistar.
Gotcha.
Yep, for the Common Council agenda.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Next up, Assistant City Attorney Zellavi.
Thank you. You put on your entertainment application that you will, let's see, where is it? Security and staff will have attire that is only available to staff. And if you have security, it's always helpful if they are readily identifiable from anybody else. So I don't know what you specifically have in mind with attire for security.
Yeah, most certainly. I think working at FBC and being around their systems, they definitely have their security staff having a different style of shirt. And so, my thought was that our logo has a sherbet green and a purple, that maybe the staff only has purple shirts, but I don't allow that purple shirt to be purchased by the public is the main goal. Because I do find it is tough when you go into a space and you wonder, is that person with a hoodie that's a sweatshirt, are they just a fan of the space, or are they actually someone that I can have help me in a moment of need, right? So I think having the differential on the staff merchandising, or staff, a uniform is really a very important part, and that's definitely why I put that on my application.
Will you have security identified as security?
Yes, I can. It'll probably say something along the lines of Gamma Ray security staff or Gamma Ray staff, etc. Being a smaller, not as large of an entity as the Majestic or the Sylvia that have been more around us, we're looking at 118 capacity. So, our 2 to 3 door and ticketing staff will probably do a rotating system where they'll go from ticketing maybe to the front room, and they'll have a rotating. That way you don't get too bored at one station, right? As someone that's sat at a door spot for way too long, you kind of can get a little mundane. So I like to keep the staff moving and also learning all aspects of the space. So it'll have Gamma Ray staff, Gamma Ray security, something along those lines for sure.
Okay. And I love the Donna Summer idea. I agree with you on that.
It's a
thank
travesty.
you.
It's a travesty. I've been around too many discos in this town to never hear Donna. It should just be Donna plus other disco artists. It should really, if we're talking about true disco here.
All right. Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Zillavi. And Ms. Carter, do you have a question?
My question was somewhat answered. I just want to make sure. I don't care if you have a capacity of 25 to a capacity of 2 million. I just feel that anytime you have a public place that has alcohol, you need to have some kind of security plan in mind. Just a comment.
Most certainly, yeah. And even on those happy hours, we'll have two bartenders that are trained, and I'll be on premise as well, definitely working as that door person and as that friendly face to make sure that the space is being well protected and secured.
Ms. Carter, any further questions?
No, I'm fine.
All right. Are there any other questions for this applicant? Thanks, Kevin. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Committee, or Jim, are there any other registrants for this item?
Yeah. Nicholas Andrew Pivich is registered? Yes.
Great, thank you.
In support, wishing to speak.
Excellent. Please introduce yourself and give your testimony.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name's Nick Pivich. I work in District 4 at Madison Community Foundation. I'm the chair of the Madison Arts Commission and a resident of District 12, though I'm here just speaking as a person who really cares about music here in this community. I would echo what Alder Verveer mentioned earlier. When I first moved to Madison in 2009, I definitely attended the frequency as someone who is 18. And the presence of having spaces for younger folks is a really important need in this community. I would also state that, this conversation has been going on for years about what Madison's music scene means, including the strengthening Madison Music Town Hall at the Bartell, hosted by then Mayor Paul Soglin in 2013. And I think it's really important to have in the public record the work that UCAN, Urban Community Arts Network, has done to make sure that the music scene is equitable. I've never had the pleasure of meeting Kevin before, but I'm so aware of his magnetic presence in this community, and I'm so excited that this is a space that someone who's so passionate and so thoughtful and well-trained in all these things is going to bring to the downtown and to our cultural scene here. And is going to carry on the legacy of other Black-owned spaces, including Our Place, which was owned by Rick Flowers, Cafe Coda, owned by Hannah John Taylor, and Hayes Place by Connie Hayes. And I think that, any work that the city can do, myself included, related to work around culture and entertainment and how that intersects with the work of this ALRC is super important, and how we make sure that all residents of Madison are given opportunities to live and play and feel able to express themselves and enjoy themselves in the city of ours. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. Committee, do you have any questions for this registrant?
I don't have a question for the resident, but I move approval at the appropriate time.
I think that's in order. Nick, thank you very much. Appreciate your statements. We've got a motion to approve from Ms. Carter. Do I hear a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent?
Alder Madison has her hand up.
All right. Alder Madison, go for it.
Sorry about that, and thank you for catching it. I just wanted to really just make a comment, and I was waiting for a discussion. So perfect timing. I just really wanted to also echo what the former speaker, Nick, was saying. This is someone who I have attended events and I think many of his various capacities in his work in Madison. And I can just tell you, as someone who has spent a lot of time helping Black business owners develop their businesses and who spends a considerable amount of time downtown, I am absolutely excited. I wish this business was opening up in my district, but I will absolutely find myself downtown. And as soon as I see a link to register for Chastity Washington, you can expect me to attend that event as well. I'm glad also to see it seems that this committee is supporting this, but I'm just excited. This is only one of a handful of Black-owned entertainment businesses, and I just hope we're able to have it in our community for decades to come. So thank you for taking the work to do something like this and bring this establishment back too.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alder Madison. Any further discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 35 is granted. Congratulations, Kevin. Have a great rest of your night. Next up, we've all been in suspense. Item 47, a new license application for Sumo at 1745 Parkside. And got them in Zoom.
They're unmuted.
All right.
Yes, I am here.
Excellent. All right, so I will speak to you through our
First, Holly, can I have you raise your right hand and affirm that you'll accurately interpret English to Mandarin and Mandarin to English?
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
那你能不能自我介绍一下，然后跟我们说一下你这个商业的提案？
我商业的提案我已经我的名字。
My business proposal, and my name is. I think they got out. 还在吗？还在吗？ I think she cut out.
Are you still with us?
I'm coming. I got it right now. Yeah, because I got it. Sorry. 对不起啊。
Sorry about that. Should I repeat that question?
我的名字叫江雪慧，我是 HC Medicine LLC 的DBA Sumo Steakhouse Sushi Bar 的。因为我们是10%的酒，90%是食物的。
So my name is Xuehui Jiang. I'm with the H&C DBA is Sumo Sushi and so our business is 10% and alcohol and 90% food.
Excellent.
我们的餐馆的话，就是所有东西都没变，我们只是换了一个老板的名字。
Yeah, so nothing in our business has changed. The only thing that is changing is the name of the owner.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
谢谢。
Let's see, Mr. Burshuk.
Have you completed the responsible beverage server training course?
那你有没有完成就是这个负责任的，就是提供酒精的服务员的培训？
有。
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Burshuk. Ms. Farley.
下一个问题。
Point of information, is this added as a new license because the LLC is changing?
So that's a question for Mr. Verbeck.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, from a corporation to limited liability company.
All right. Ms. Farley, did you hear that and did it answer your question?
Yeah, in that case, I'd like to move to approve.
I hear a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Are there any other registrants for this item, Jim?
There are not.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 47 is granted.
那么第47号项目已经得到批准。
好的，谢谢。
Thank you。
All right, have a good night.
好，那
Thanks,
就
Holly.
可以下线了。OK。
好的，下线，谢谢。
Thank you。
All right, next up, item 38. Item 38 is a new license application for Boss Lady Cafe at 1 Dempsey Road. Do we have a registrant here for this item? Or online?
I don't see Samuel Johnson registered. I know he indicated he might have something that would prevent him from coming to the meeting, but he indicated he might reschedule it. So, but I don't currently see him in, and I don't think that anyone is registered.
Okay, so you've had contact with the applicant. He told you he might not be able to make it.
Correct. I will say that he has since made his LLC in good standing with the Department of Financial Institutions, because that was an issue that we discovered. And I don't know if it's discussed at the committee or afterwards, but his daughter, who was not with the LLC, was listed on the lease. It's since been updated where his name and the LLC is on the lease.
Excellent, thank you. Assistant City Attorney Zillivi?
Thank you. Not sure what you are going to want to do with this one. Given the discussion at last month's meeting, something just seemed odd to me about this. And so I called the landlord's representative to ask about the lease and the application. And he said, we don't have anybody applying to be in a space there with a liquor license. And if they were, they'd have to meet with us first and give us their plan, and nobody's done that. So I sent him a copy of the lease, the original lease, and he said it was a fraudulent lease. And then I sent him a copy of the lease addendum that they submitted this week, and he said that was fraudulent as well. So, and then I also called Department of Revenue to find out whether the state seller's permit number was valid. And it's valid for, it's valid, but it is associated with the former address on Fordham Avenue. And then the federal employer identification number that's on the application is not a valid number. So.
But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play? All right, thank you very much, Assistant City Attorney Zillivi. Committee, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to move to place on file.
Hey, a motion to place on file for Ms. Westra. Is there a second? Ms. Farley?
Quick question. What's the difference between place on file and place on file without prejudice, or is there a difference?
You want to do that, or you want me to?
You can, or the attorneys can do it.
So, yeah, actually, Assistant City Attorney Zillivi, since you're sitting in for Assistant City Attorney McReynolds, would you please answer that for us?
What's the difference between
placing on
with
file and
prejudice
placing on
without?
file without prejudice?
Without prejudice means that they could refile another application.
And placing on file, I believe.
I think actually with this one, it would probably be more appropriate to deny. Yes, with the reason being that a fraudulent lease was submitted for the property. So there's a record of that.
So I'll retract my motion or change it to deny the application due to the fraudulent lease.
All right, I've got a motion to deny. Note that the original motion was never seconded, so we don't need to do anything else with that. So is there a second to Ms. Westra's motion to deny? Second from Mr. Bruchuk. Discussion, Mr. Bruchuk.
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to deny at this stage. I would prefer to have that landlord or whoever provided the information, Attorney Zillavy, come in and provide testimony to the committee so we can be sure we're doing the right thing instead of, what if, rather than I don't want to doubt Attorney Zillavy's due diligence, but I just feel uncomfortable moving so quickly with a denial and creating that record. I think a more appropriate motion would be to place on file without prejudice.
Noted. Ms. Farley.
Assistant City Attorney Zillavy, did the landlord that you reached out to provide an actual copy of the lease? If they claimed that the one that was provided was fraudulent?
Well, there is nobody, they don't.
Oh,
have
they're saying the
anybody-
lease doesn't exist. Oh,
Right.
okay.
That they have nobody in line for that space. Nobody has come to that. The space is available to lease, and nobody has come to them asking to lease the space.
Understood.
All right. So is there any further discussion of the motion before you to deny? All right, Mr. Verbeek, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Hold a second. Alder Revere, aye. Mr. Bruchuk. Mr. Bruchuk, no. Ms. Farley.
No.
Ms. Farley, no. Ms. Westra.
Aye.
Ms. Westra, aye. Ms. Carter.
Aye.
Ms. Carter, aye. Chair, the vote is 3 ayes, 2 nays.
All right. Motion carries. Item 38 is denied. All right, moving right along. Item 39. 39 is a new license application for Viceroy Indian at 7475 Mineral Point. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yeah, Indrajit Kaur is here and in Zoom, or is registered and in Zoom. I've made them able to speak and requested to unmute. I think last month we had difficulty getting them connected.
Okay.
Oh, I think they just muted.
Indrajit, are you with us?
Hello? I see you're unmuted. Are you with us? Indrajit Kaur?
Hello?
Yep.
Hello.
I hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your proposed business?
My name is Indrajit Kaur and we have a business at 7475 Mineral Point, C12 as the Viceroy Indian Cuisine Inc. DBA is Royal Indian Cuisine. And we have a sitting for 80 people and it's a full 15% is for the beer and wine and 80% is for the food service.
All right. Committee members, were you able to hear that well enough to proceed? I see one head
didn't
nodding
get
and
that.
no other indications. Okay, I've got 2 people who've indicated yes. I'm going to call that good enough. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
All right. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Hear a motion from Ms. Westra to approve. Is there a second? Second from Mr.
Thank
Bushwick.
you.
Is there any discussion of the motion to grant? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 39 is granted. Thank you for joining us, Indrajit, and have a good rest of your night.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Have
You're
a
welcome.
beautiful night, you guys too.
Have a good night. Next up is item 40. Item 40 is a new license application for Refuel at 2702 East Wash. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Harinder Singh is registered in support, available to answer questions.
All right.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, can you please introduce yourself, tell us what your role is with this business, and then pause for a moment to see if we have concerns, and then tell us what you're proposing.
Yes, I'm Harinder Singh, and I'm general manager for the company.
Wonderful. Okay. Carry on.
Yes. And we've been in the gas station business for almost 15 plus years. I've been working with the company for 15 plus years. You know, we started from a single gas station, and we look for the rundown properties, add value, and that's how we've been growing and everything. You know, so we've been in the Madison market since 2010. We have a couple of properties, and we're still in business there. And we applied for the lieu license for the last month for the other properties as well, and it was approved and went to the Common Council, and it was referred back here. A few citizens had some concerns. We reached out to those people, and they are happy with the answers we provided them, and they're very, they're open for us to coming in and adding value to the property, and okay with the license and everything else.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? We have a guest with us, Alder Latimer Burris. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering if you had a chance to reach out to the neighborhood association, and did they get back to you?
Yes, they got back this morning actually. So they want us to schedule something which we are, they're super busy. They only meet once a month. We are trying to have a special session with them and see if they can come up with some date and plan, before the Common Council meeting, and we can meet with them.
Okay. And then I know that we all talked in the hall at the Common Council, and I don't know if we're time for discussion. I can make my comments during discussion, or?
Let's see if anybody else has questions for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Bruchak?
So did this location previously have an alcohol license?
I think so.
I'm looking it up as I ask. Okay, so the problems, so is it safe to say the problems that are highlighted by the neighbors existed? So it's hard to connect those problems to an alcohol license if they were in existence at a place where there was no alcohol license. How do you?
So there's liquor stores around the area, but they are more, again, I don't want to speak for any other business, we want to just speak for us, So, I mean, we can only tell you what we're gonna do. You know, the goal is to clean up the place, and there's only few gas stations on that East Washington strip, you know, coming towards the Madison, and we want to be the premier gas station, you know. So anybody coming in and out of the city, you know, and just have a, you know, if somebody's coming in to purchase a gas, just have another service, and that's pretty much about it, you know. So they don't have to come in and go to another place and whatnot. That's a busy area, you know what I mean? You don't want cars coming in and out, you know. So we're just trying to add convenience, you know.
Okay, so do you think that, well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bruchuk. Alder Madison, then Ms. Farley. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to be in the queue also for discussion.
By all means. Ms. Farley?
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand that the committee has an obligation, if we were to look at a denial, to meet certain criteria. And I'd like to ask, before we get too into the weeds of everything here, I'd like to ask Assistant Attorney, City Attorney Zillaby, if there is footing for a denial based off of the comments that have been submitted around like hygiene of the establishment.
Assistant City Attorney Zillaby?
A license can be denied if it's contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So obviously that can encompass a number of things. It can be police call issues. It can be accumulation of trash and debris that is never addressed. Disturbance issues. It can be density. The character of the neighborhood, whether there's strong opposition and what's the basis for the opposition from neighbors and neighboring businesses. So it's really a big picture type thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, if I could just ask the attorney, when she said density, could she define that, please?
Assistant City Attorney Zillaby?
Density in terms of how many other alcohol licenses are near where the applicant wants to have a license. And I mean, there's no, right now at least, we don't have a hard and fast criteria for what would constitute density. I don't know if I have the map in front of me for this particular location. To see how many liquor licenses are in the surrounding area on this one. So it's not, there's no hard and fast rule at this point in terms of density.
Alder Latimer Burris, have your questions been answered? Thank you. Alder Madison?
Are we in discussion? I don't want to interrupt your flow here.
We are indeed in discussion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I did want to ask about, I know I did, after residents who are either live close by or adjacent to the property came to speak at Common Council and then sent several emails and attachments. I did some research and just really reached out to MPD and reached out to public health or building inspection. And there were some open violations. It looks like one might have closed today. They are attached to Legistar. I'm using my phone because I don't have my iPad charged to have a second screen right now. But they are all attached now in Legistar. And so this I think that this area in particular is quite distressed. It is dealing with a lot of challenges already, and having a conversation with MPD and just going over what I have found, whether it be police calls, public health is right across the street from this area. Public health is, rightfully sharing, allowing people to pick up needles, for drug use or whatever. And so this area is seeing a lot of folks, there's an increased drug use, there's increased prostitution, there's increased drug sales. There are already 2 to 3 businesses within a block, between a block and 3 blocks of this business here. And then you take the history of this business with, the property not being maintained and them having current violations that still need to be alleviated. I think it would be a great disservice to that immediate area. And I had already looked up some things around what would sort of like cause a liquor license to be denied. So I'm glad that Alder Latimer Burrs asked the question of the attorney, because those are things that I felt like this meets. The health, the safety, and the welfare of the immediate community, I think, is at risk by adding just one more issue to a problem that is still being alleviated. It is my hope that this committee would, at minimum, if it's not denied, give the business some time to just alleviate the issues that it already has. Because not only did we get emails about this current business and, a few in the area, but, we were getting emails from a resident who was complaining about the trash at a business right in the area. And that trash is coming from folks who, use the local liquor stores and just kind of are sitting around and, drinking and just kind of creating excess trash. So I just really implore you to not grant this immediately and give it some time, if you want to grant it later, to allow the business to alleviate the issues that it already has, and then really take the time to consider and do the research about the neighborhood, look at the census data, because this is very much a lower income area, a very diverse area, and it is not seeing a lot of recent investment. Allow this area to sort of like move in a different direction before sort of hampering it with one more issue for it to resolve. So that's my 2 cents. And I believe I think I did see the building inspection document attached. I did share and have this conversation with Alder Revere. I wasn't able to catch Alder Latimer Burrs, but I did share the same information I'm sharing here with the Alder for the district as well. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alder Madison. Next up, Ms. Carter.
What district is this premise located? I'm confused.
District 12.
Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right. Committee. Let's see, Alder Latimer Burrs. Go ahead.
I do have commentary.
Please.
So this was approved, and then it came back to city council, and I think that there was the new business owners are kind of caught in the system and caught in our loopholes. And why I say that is because it really needs to be up to the neighborhood and have a neighborhood meeting around it. The people that came to testify last week, we had them go ahead and say what they needed to say on the record. And then I made, I had the new owner, proposed owner, so that's what we should say, the new proposed owner and some of the constituents. We went out into the hall and we talked. And nobody wants them to be punished for the lack of enforcement or the way the previous businesses has been run. There needs to be a lot of cleanup, a lot of trash, a lot of drugs, violating ordinances, prostitution. And I agree with Alder Madison that it's a lot to put in the neighborhood. Yet we want to be able to support small business and new business. So my major issue is that there has been no public hearing, not a public hearing, let me be very specific. There hasn't been a neighborhood meeting where the neighborhood gets to weigh in on their own opinion of it. I know after they met the new owner, some of the people that were, upset and live right behind the gas station, that has the, current owner, they, softened up a bit. Now, we also have another third problem, and that is another business totally objects to them being there under the premise of, in what I understand to be archaic code that we have in the section, because I did go through and read the code, and then I did confer with someone that I know knows the code, and it hasn't been used since 1947. So I'm kind of at an impasse here. I would like to give them the opportunity to come in as new owners, show what they got. I don't think the neighborhood has to suffer through, promises. And if they're not delivered, they could be broken promises. But I also think that I'm at an impasse. I'm at 50-50 because I also think that there is small, they are a small business. Their other businesses do seem to be well run. So there's the issues. It's complex, and I hope that we were talking in the hall. I was asking the neighborhood, some of the people that came up from the neighborhood, how would they feel about if we granted them a conditional permit based on, no complaints for 6 months or, something like that. I mean, real serious complaints, drugs, trash, prostitution, things going wild. Last but not least, and then I'll wrap it up, so they want to do beer, and then there's a liquor store, Rocky's, that's just a little bit away, and then there's a big problem that it's a separate problem, but it feels like it's become Rocky's problem, and that's people hanging out on the corner all day long, just hanging out. Some people even get down to barbecuing. So I know that the police are aware of that and have been working on it. And so there's no criticism there. It's just an observation that everybody already knows. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Mr. Brushuk.
I think that, letting this business owner run his business the way he runs his business, the same business across the whole city by selling beer is probably one good step towards solving some of these problems. I fail to see how these problems are connected with the sale of beer, wine, and cider. And I think we have to make sure we're not, using the alcohol licensure process to extend beyond what it really is, to correct for issues that aren't related to alcohol sales or punish someone for something that's not related to alcohol sales. To some extent, these problems go beyond alcohol sales and so are irrelevant just by that. But I would support granting the license and or at least recommending the council to grant. And if that's not popular enough among the 20 alders, then I guess it'll be up to them to deny it.
Thank you, Mr. Brushuk. Ms. Farley.
So I have 2 points of information. One is, was there a license at this location previously?
There was not.
And then I guess my second question would be, one of the public comments raised the concern of the ordinance restriction on being within 300 feet of a school or library. I know the Madison Public Library is across the street. I think that can be overturned probably isn't the right word, but like waived by the Common Council. But is that something that we should be considering or discussing? I was trying to look at Google Maps to see if it was really 300 feet, but I was having a hard time.
Assistant City Attorney Zellavi. Should this committee consider the ordinance in question, or should we merely rule about the health, safety, and welfare of the community and allow other parts of the process to deal with that?
Yes, allow other parts of the process to deal with that, because it's the council is the body that has the authority to waive that 300-foot requirement, not the ALRC.
Excellent, thank you. So Ms. Farley, I would think of this as being very similar to something where somebody needs to get a conditional use permit and they haven't yet. So we might say, we're going to grant your thing, but remember, you got to go do this.
Thank you.
Do you have any further questions?
I do not.
All right, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to either just ask the body or the attorney, does this committee consider saturation in making its determination as well? Like the number of similar or very same businesses within a certain amount of, I don't know, feet or blocks, that kind of thing?
That absolutely is something that we have considered in the past and that we can consider now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And that's what I believe Assistant City Attorney Zillavi meant by density.
Correct.
Earlier in the
Correct.
conversation.
If we were hypothetically to choose to deny an application on those grounds, it would behoove us to be very, very clear that that is the reason. So I will encourage anyone, if they should choose to make a motion to deny, that they indicate why they are making that motion and how this license would be counter to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Alder Latimer Burris.
Right. I won't be long. I just want to say that for me right now, where we stand, the issue is we need to have community engagement, especially when it's contested and it didn't get noticed. It got noticed on the gas station door, and that's it, especially with a property that, just an area that can sometimes be contentious. So I would like to, if the committee would recommend that they have the meeting with the neighborhood. It's very important. And they can weigh in and they can hear about the issues about the ordinance being within 300 feet and all of the things that are going on in the neighborhood.
So are you requesting that we
Yes.
refer this?
Yes, I would like it to be referred, and I'd like to give them time to have a proper meeting. And I would also like us to kind of review at some point how we don't let anything slip through the cracks like this. But that's a whole nother issue that I'll talk offline about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Farley?
Chair, is it appropriate for me to ask a question of the applicant?
You may. Come on back up.
I know it can be difficult when it feels like a bunch of people are making a decision for you and you don't necessarily have any say. From what I'm seeing here, it seems like there are a lot of very real concerns in the community around ordinance violations, hygiene, and other aspects of your business. And I'm curious if you would feel comfortable and willing for us to refer this item to give you more time to establish that relationship with the community before making the decision to grant an alcohol license.
Yes, that's in the plans. So we just received an email from Neighborhood Association this morning at 9:45, and Elder Ramani is copied on it, So we are meeting with them. And as far as the citizen who had the concern, we already talked to them. They're okay with us going in. It's a big investment. It's just not the only property, and there's other gas stations and whatnot, So we are committed to improve the the concerns and everything else that is going on, you know. So if we don't go in, we won't be able to clean up the property and do anything, you know. So we're just requesting a chance for us to go in there and give us opportunity so we can show the community and the Madison what we can do for the city of Madison, you know.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Farley,
Okay.
has your question been answered?
I think so. I'd want to, when you say go in, do you mean that you would be comfortable or able to run your establishment without a alcohol license for a period of time before an alcohol license is granted?
No, the contract is contingent upon the alcohol license and everything, you know. So the whole deal, the structure is contingent upon that, so.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Farley?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. You can have a seat again. Ms. Carter?
If it's appropriate at this time, I'd like to move referral to our next meeting.
Just a moment, Mr. Verbeck.
Am I muted?
Nope, you're fine. But give us a moment because Mr. Verbeck wanted to weigh in about something.
I just want to say we have two other registrants. One is Gurpreet Guman, registered opposition not wishing to speak. And the other is Elliot LeBrun, who's registered in support, available to answer questions. I don't see Elliot in Zoom. I don't know if they're here, but they are available to answer questions, but I don't know if they're available.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeck. Go ahead, Ms. Carter. So, you were making a motion
Yeah, so-
to refer, correct?
To refer to a future meeting.
Okay. Do I hear
What
a
happened?
second to this motion? Ms. Farley?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion of the motion to refer? Alder Latimer Burse.
Thank you so much. So we need to give them time to get out a postcard and have a proper community meeting. And I know that I've talked with the city council office and they've got a lot of meetings going on in the next couple of weeks. And I don't want my head cut off because we tried to rush this. They need 3 weeks notification. I'd imagine that they need another week, just to get on it. And so I don't know how the applicant feels about that, but that's something that's got to happen because the last notices, I don't know where they went, but some constituents came with proof that they got the notice either the day before, the day of, and then people have gotten it the day after. So we want to do this properly and hear from the neighborhood. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Carter?
Can I just say a clarification? That's why I said a future meeting versus the next meeting. To give you time to, whether you send out postcards or the community meeting.
Mr. Verbeck?
I just wanted to make that clarification.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. Verbeck, does that work for your system or do we need to nail down a specific meeting?
Well, I mean, our postcards are usually just the ALRC and the Common Council meetings. I know we have had.
I'm specifically asking, we have a motion to refer to a future ALRC
future,
meeting.
okay.
Do you, as the person recording the minutes of this meeting, is that something that the clerk's office can work with?
It is. The item will automatically pull into our agenda. It's helpful if we get some sort of clarification on whether it's helpful that it's automatically on the agenda, and then if we need to refer it, we can refer it to a future meeting, or if the stance is I just automatically remove it from the agenda unless somebody lets me know that it should remain on the agenda.
Ms. Carter, do you have any opinions on that?
Well, considering that you need 3 weeks to send out a postcard, I would say for a future meeting, not in June, because that's not enough time, but a future meeting in July.
Excellent.
And when I say postcards, I can talk to Alder
Sure.
first and another time, but the postcards can probably come out from the council office.
I will say that with Juneteenth being on the third Wednesday and our meeting being pushed back, we have 6 weeks between now and the next meeting. So we have an
okay.
extra long period between this month's meeting and next month's meeting.
Okay, that's great. You can put the next meeting if we have 6 weeks.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carter. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I was seeking recognition to suggest the very same thing.
Lovely. Mr. Brusick.
Can you read the registration for Elliot LeBrun?
That he is registered in support, available to answer questions.
All right, committee, we have a motion to refer to the next ALRC meeting, which is 6 weeks from today. It has been duly seconded. Is there any further discussion of this motion? Would anyone like a roll call for this vote? Mr. Brusick.
Yeah, I'll just add briefly, I'll support the motion to refer, expressing the sincere hope that we get this over the finish line and let the guy run his business.
Understood. All right, so is there any further discussion? Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 40 is referred. And thank you for joining us, Alder Latimer Briss. Next up is item 41. Item 41 is a new license for Stop and Shop at 312 East Mifflin Street. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Rupinder Saini?
Yes. Yep. Excellent. Will you please introduce yourself and tell us what you're proposing?
My name is Rupinder Saini. I am buying the business of Stop and Shop, 312 East Mifflin Street in Madison.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Brusick, was that a question?
Is there anything changing about the business?
Nothing changing, or just we adding in a liquor on that one.
You're adding liquor?
Yes.
Okay.
Before it's
But-
beer and wine already on that one.
Yeah.
We're just adding in a liquor on that one.
I remember now.
Any further questions? To get my map right, is this the old market basket?
Yes.
Okay.
Before is old basketball.
Wonderful, thank
Yes.
you. Committee, what further questions do you have for the applicant? Okay, are there any further registrants for this item?
There are not.
Cool. You can have a seat. Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
I have questions of the applicant, please.
Oh, sorry. Come on back up.
Hi, welcome back. Could you remind us what the current conditions are on your license?
We have a beer and wine license right now, and we have grocery on that one.
We have what on that?
The grocery items.
Your current license for the beer and wine, what are the conditions on that, the requirements?
That they have already on that one.
Maybe the deputy city clerk or the chair would like to recite them.
Okay, so the current license for 312 East Mifflin is number 1, no liquor sales, beer and wine only. Number 2, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away fermented malt beverages in the original container in amounts less than the amount contained in a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. This is only applicable to fermented malt beverages, which fall into the following categories of brands: domestic premium, domestic sub-premium, which includes value and economy brands, malt liquor, and similarly situated imported brands. Item 3, flavored malt beverages containing up to 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 4-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Flavored malt beverages containing over 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Condition 4, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away intoxicating liquor in the original container in amounts of 200 milliliters or less in volume. Intoxicating liquor shall include wine in the original container with an alcohol content of 15% or less by volume. And condition 5, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away flavored fortified wines in the original container with an alcohol content of more than 12.5% alcohol by volume, where spirits have been added to the wine that have not been produced by the same fruit as the wine for consumption off the licensed premises. This prohibition shall not apply to any other wine product as defined by Wisconsin State Statute 125.02 sub 22. That's it.
Thank you, Chair.
Of
I
course.
did not expect you to read that long list verbatim. You're very generous to do so. Thank you. So, sir, that's what I meant by the conditions, the very long list on your alcohol license that's hanging in your store. And what I wanted to ask you about those is, how do you feel about them? Have you been able to follow those requirements?
Yes, we follow.
In terms of the product sizes? And the sales representatives from the distributors, they're aware of those
Yes.
conditions because those are the same conditions on every Class A license in the downtown
Yes.
campus area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure. I'm looking at the floor plan that you shared with your application, and I appreciate you have, I don't know if it's you or someone else's, very good handwriting. It's very easy to read. Thank you for your excellent penmanship. Where if the license is granted and you expand to include spirits, where exactly would that be? Because although this is very easy to read, I don't see where you mention liquor.
Behind the counter.
I see the beer cooler and I see the wine. So where would all of the hard liquor be stored?
Behind the counter, where is the beer coolers, and between the cigarette, they have huge wall over there, so we can place over there.
Oh, I see it's cut off in the PDF file here, so I see it's on the left.
Yeah.
Where above, if you're looking at it the other way, I see it. It's next to tobacco.
Yes, sir.
I see. Yeah, the liquor was cut off on my copy here. So it says 8 feet liquor. What's there today, sir?
Right now, they have a frozen cooler and just 2-liter sodas over there only.
I'm sorry, you have what there?
2-liter
Frozen?
Frozen extra frozen food coolers over there. The refrigerator. We just have to put sometimes we have extra frozen food. We just put it over there, so we can move that one in the basement. And 2-liter sodas we can move in next to the next to the beer cooler, so we can have the whole space empty for that thing.
So it would be like frozen foods that would be.
We have still frozen food.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's the extra frozen food.
Extra
freezer.
frozen food for that.
So if they want to restock what's on the floor, they've got a freezer behind the counter, but he's saying he's going to move that freezer into the basement and not get rid of it.
I see. So your customers don't have access to the current coolers? They're all behind a counter?
No, they have access with the coolers, but we have only for that. That's one for, especially, sometimes we order extra. We sell a lot.
Yeah.
Frozen food, so we have order extra, so we don't get delivery for
Right.
next week.
It's for overstock.
So
It's overstock, yeah.
the coolers that you would move, customers don't currently open those doors?
No.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Okay. So you won't be reducing your food offerings
We don't,
to allow for the sale of the hard liquor?
no.
Okay. Have you spoken with Captain Hansen about this request?
We call them, we leave the message and everything.
Okay, but you didn't connect yet directly until tonight?
Though we didn't get a call back
Okay.
on that one, and we leave the voice message and everything.
And what about with the alder of the district, Juliana Bennett?
Yeah, we call them also.
And
We
what
call
did,
them, all
what
of
did
them.
she say?
She didn't say anything also. So that
You didn't connect with her? She never called you back either? Oh. What about the neighborhood association capital? Do
they call us and they say, we don't have no problem, good luck.
you remember the name of that person?
Uh,
Because the vice president of the neighborhood association sitting right here.
yes.
Do you have written down who that was or in your, yes, please? The chair is probably going to call you next, but you can go ahead and answer my question. That would be great. Thank you. Oh, no, no problem at all.
President of Neighborhood Association was Mr. Eli Swarovski.
And you spoke with him on the telephone? Or?
Send them the email, and
Oh.
he said, sounds good, and thank you for letting me know. That was his reply.
Okay. Okay. Because I haven't heard about this in our neighborhood association meetings until I saw the agenda on Friday. Okay.
So I have the email.
Oh, please. You might want to come closer to the microphone because we're on
Sorry.
television and everything,
Okay, it's,
internet.
We spoke with Miss Linda Horvath and Mr. Jim Verbeek.
Uh-huh. This is Mr. Jim Verbeek here.
Yes, we sent you the
And
email. And
Linda Horvath is the city planner
yes,
across the street who coordinates neighborhood associations.
and she gave us the link.
For Eli?
Yes, sir.
That
Yes.
sounds good, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we also called the captain over the phone, and they told us that we will give him your message. And, okay.
Okay, this is the captain for downtown, at least for a few more weeks. Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
okay. Well, thank you. Those are the only, I think, well, actually, one last question. Please remind me, although I've been on this committee a very long time, I haven't been in the store in a very long time, and I can't remember, and I haven't looked it up yet because it's been a very long night and a long date already, but I can look it up. What year did you purchase the business, and when did you start there?
He's going to be a new owner if he
Get
if
the liquor license.
Liquor license.
Oh, you're completely brand new.
He is brand new, yeah, but we have good.
So you're the current owner?
No, sir.
Oh,
I'm just
night.
helping him. I know that store very well because I helped the old owner too. We are just like family friends.
Okay.
So we know both of them, the previous owner and him. I'm
Okay.
just helping him out. He's totally new to this area.
Okay. Well, welcome. What? Then I apologize. I was under the impression that you were the current owner and you were just wanting to expand to include alcohol because I haven't looked at the current license, which I'm doing now. So the current owner, how long do you know? How long did they have the license?
Yes, sir. They have the license.
For how many years do you think? I mean, I can look it up here.
2013 or 14.
Okay.
Since then they have the license.
The reason I'm asking, I'll just explain for everyone wondering why am I asking that question, is that in the past there have been efforts to have a full liquor license at this grocery store, and the city has denied that because of the concern that it would be contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, but specifically that it would be at the expense of less food offerings. So there are a lot of grocery stores downtown, and I could name them, that have asked for expanded full liquor licenses, and we've said no to them. And so that's why I'm in a tough spot on this one, because if we grant it for you, why couldn't we grant it for the others, so to speak? And in other words, the competition downtown.
Is that a question?
So I just wanted to explain why I was asking a question. What, you want to respond, please?
A few years back, I talked to you over the phone, Mr. Vervier.
Oh, okay.
It's about like changing the license condition.
For this store, even though it's not my district?
Oh,
For this store or a different store?
For this store.
Okay. It might have been Alder Patrick Heck and not me.
I remember.
Okay.
the name, Mr. Vervier.
Well, I've been on the committee for a long time. Okay, go ahead, sorry. Sorry.
This is a few years
Go ahead,
back.
please, sorry.
You suggested that you should apply for just change of condition. And then you can find out if you can get it or not. And then the old owner, he decided not to proceed with the liquor license. But now, since he's going to take over, and there is a lot of demand in that area because it's mostly the walk-in people come in, as you can see, students and all the other people. It's more of a foot traffic there, so people cannot walk to festival, or there is no hard liquor store around that store. So that's why a lot of people ask, and it's like daily basis. People would walk in, would you carry hard liquor? So old owner also pushed on it. If you get the hard liquor, that will be convenient for a neighborhood. And it's a very nice neighborhood that we don't have, they don't have any problems in past. And I hope if you reconsider on that.
Okay, well, thank you. It's not time for discussion, so I'll respond later. I'll just mention, I know the history now that I have it in front of me, and I'll save save it for discussion. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you both very much.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you please go scan the QR code out there and sign up to register as a speaker?
I'm so sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. It's totally fine. We just want to make sure we've captured who you are and what you're saying.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, one of you has what was her name? What's her name again? Because I do see one of you has registered. What are your names again?
I already asked Jim.
What is your name again? Okay, so you registered, but you have not registered. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were asking both of them to register.
No, he's fine. You're fine, but you also need to sign.
Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to clarify something. There are kind of two things going on here right now. One is that there is this existing business at this location. A new owner is coming in, and that's why we've got this new license application. Also, the previous establishment was not allowed to sell hard liquor, and this applicant is requesting to be able to sell hard liquor. So your options will include, among other things, granting the license with the same conditions as the current license, granting the license with fewer conditions, not granting the license, or whatever else you want to do. Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
Okay, committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Bruchak, then Ms. Farley.
Yeah, so for the committee's information, the Capital Neighborhoods did receive a communication from the applicant informing us of a liquor license, and we were aware, Eli and I were aware that they already had a liquor license, but I don't think it fully occurred to us that they were, by liquor license, that meant beer, wine, adding liquor. I personally don't have a problem with that. But I suppose I'd ask the applicant, did you ever respond to Eli Sarofsky's question about what level of liquor license are you applying for? Is he aware that it's a liquor adding hard liquor?
I think they did it. We asked them. And
would you ask your question again, please, Colin?
Yeah, so I'm looking at an email from Eli Sarofsky to you saying, what level of liquor license are you applying for? Which I think, I don't see the answer to that, but maybe I just wasn't copied on it. I'm curious as to if you replied to Eli and informed him of that.
so let me ask. Can you explain?
May I show it?
Sure.
How come?
So this is the email we sent him.
saw that.
And then this is the reply he sent.
Oh, I
to
see.
me.
Okay, got it.
So he, yeah.
Would you please forward that message to licensing at City of Madison?
This one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I think that any concerns I have are satisfied. I would support this. Anticipate there might be additional concerns from committee members, so I'll give them a chance to talk.
Chair, are you speaking?
I'm just helping this registrant forward an email message. for this
Okay, thank you.
licensing. City of Madison. Okay. All right, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask, actually, well, since you're standing, I wasn't going to ask you any other questions, but since you're standing there, before I ask Captain Hansen to respond to a question, sir, would, as you heard, our chairperson said one of the options is to grant you the license, but with the same conditions that are on the license today. Would you move forward with purchasing the store and signing the lease and opening or continuing the store if you could only sell beer, wine, and everything else that you sell and not hard liquor?
I have to discuss with my friend, and then we take that decision.
Okay.
We thinking we're gonna add the liquor and then we proceed on that one. So I'm gonna talk to them. If they say okay, then we go with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you
So
have
if I-
more questions for him?
No, thank you.
See it again.
So for Captain Hansen, then please, Captain, we heard the testimony that you have not had a conversation with this applicant yet, and I presume that also is the case of any of your colleagues in the Central Police District. Could you share what your thoughts might be on the expansion of spirits at this location on East Mifflin Street?
Yeah, thank you. I have not spoken with this applicant, and I only have one voicemail for somebody with an ALRC question that came in on Tuesday that I have not been able to get to. So if they called on Tuesday, that would be them. If they called beforehand, I have not received that email or that voicemail. Yeah, my concerns for this area, we do not have a high volume of calls to this location. My concern with the liquor sales and, if there are the airline bottles being sold here at any point, would be the influx of that product combined with the folks that are nearby. As we all know, the Salvation is close by, YWCA is close by, Beacon is close by. And in a few short months, elected officials will be discussing another project with people with some challenges and with alcohol and drugs and unhoused and what have you at the corner of Blair and East Wash, and that will be the Porch Light. So we have a heavy concentration in which we have a large volume of calls for service that surround people using alcohol and drugs in this area. And I just put caution on expansion to offer more of this in this area.
Thank you, Captain.
Alder Verveer, do you have additional?
No further questions of the captain, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Farley, you are up next.
Yeah, I would like to make sure that the committee is aware. I think Pincus McBride Market is the closest convenience store that also has a restriction limiting their Class A to wine and cider only. Additionally, Capital One Petroleum and Madison Food Mart, which seem to be the other closest convenience stores, also have conditions limiting their Class A to either just wines or wine and cider. So if we were to explore granting a license without the wine restriction, I think it would be inconsistent with the other licenses that we see in the same area. And we should be prepared to adjust those in the future if that's the direction we go with this one.
That is some very useful context. Thank you, Ms. Farley. Mr. Bruchuk.
Quick question for Captain Hansen. Are you familiar with the 324 East Mifflin Street neighbor there?
The neighbor specific? No.
Yeah, okay. So that doesn't ring a bell as like a calls for service or anything like that in your head?
No.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Verbeek, are there further registrants for this item?
There are not.
All right. Committee, what is your pleasure? Ms. Farley.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to grant the license with the current conditions.
That is certainly in order. Do I hear a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Is there any discussion? Alder.
Sorry. I would invite the applicant if they in the future would like to explore the sale of liquor. I don't think, at least on my part, it's not necessarily that we're saying a hard no, but I think it is something that would change the overall decision of the committee for the area. So I would invite the applicant in the future, after they become established, to come to the committee again and request a change of conditions. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Farley. Alder Verveer.
Well, thank you. I couldn't agree more with the statement of Ms. Farley. And I just want to share with my colleagues, now that I have the legislative history pulled up here, that the last time we were formally asked at this body to allow for the sale of hard liquor at this establishment was back in 2015, and the committee unanimously rejected or denied that request to change condition number 1 on the license. So it's been a while, but it definitely occurred. So I do believe that we would set a precedence if we granted a full liquor license at this premise, as the conversation has discussed, we've already discussed thus far. I could list from my colleagues besides Pincus McBride, but many other establishments downtown that have, as I referenced earlier in a preamble to one of my questions of the applicant, have asked for full liquor licenses and well, they don't have them. I could, again, name names, but I won't. So I think that this is the way to go. This is the safe way to go. To the applicant, welcome. I apologize that I misread your application over the weekend. I realize why I was confused now, that the description of the premise talks about what currently is the situation and talks about beer and wine only. And so I made the wrong assumption that this was a change from a corporation to a limited liability company. So apologies. Welcome to the new ownership. I hope that you decide to proceed with the purchase of the business and the new lease, and that we don't discourage you tonight, because I do want to welcome you to opening a small business in downtown Madison very warmly. Please don't take anything here personally. It's not about you. This is about our consistency, and the conditions that are on the license today on East Mifflin Street are the same conditions that are on every other, all of the competition throughout the whole downtown campus area. Not a word different. whatsoever. So you're similarly situated with everybody, except as the testimony tonight mentioned, perhaps all the way down, East Washington Avenue to Festival Foods, or the longstanding liquor stores downtown that, of course, are full liquor stores. So anyway, I do hope that you're able to open and that you do, have a success, and don't hesitate to think about coming back and asking for the first condition to be removed, if indeed that's what is adopted tonight, is this motion. If you do wish to proceed, let me just say one last thing, please, and that is that we would have to have neighborhood meetings, because this would be really a sea change in terms of the landscape of alcohol licensing downtown if every convenience store had a full liquor license. So we'd have to have a real conversation about that in neighborhood meetings that are well publicly noticed and so on. So again, please don't take any of this personally. Welcome. I wish you the best of success and hope that you continue pursuing this business and are able to open successfully. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Committee, is there any We haven't voted on it yet.
Oh, okay.
So, not a problem. You don't need to apologize. All right. So you have a motion before you to grant the license to the new applicant with the same conditions that are on the existing license. Ms. Farley. Go ahead, Ms. Farley.
As needed, sorry. I was just pulling let's through him. I think if I'm not mistaken, Pincus McBride, which from my telling is the nearest convenience store, their license does not restrict cider. And with the current provisions, this location would be restricted from selling cider. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the interest of consistency, would there be an interest in the committee to, I guess it would take a different motion, or I could amend my motion, to allow this applicant to also sell cider?
That would be in order. One way you might do that would be to amend your motion to say, instead of...
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Rather than to say, copying forward the conditions from this license, say, copy the conditions from Pincus McBride's license, which would then make it very easy for the city clerk's office to simply copy and paste something rather than us having to wordsmith it out right now. But it is entirely up to you. Alder, or do you have any further questions or comments, Ms. Farley?
I don't think, well, I guess I want to hear what I kind of want to make that change, but I also want to hear what my fellow committee members think.
Well, Alder Verveer is in the queue. You want to hand the, I don't even know the right word. Let's let him talk. Mike?
Well, yeah, thank you. I personally have no objection to the sale of cider. Why I sought recognition was to ask either Assistant City Attorney Zillavi or Deputy City Clerk Verbeck to please give us the refresher course on Class A current law. So, for example, the refuel, gas station convenience store that was just with us, they've applied for Class A beer, Class A liquor, Class A cider. This application, they actually checked every box, but on the agenda, apparently through conversation, reduced that it's Class A beer, Class A liquor, Class A cider. So if we adopt the motion that I seconded, that motion I thought was to grant, and so I assumed that it was to grant Class A beer, Class A liquor, Class A cider. Is that what the motion that I seconded or did the motion by Ms. Farley specifically say Class A?
Her motion was to grant and to apply the same conditions that are on the current license.
Yes,
So the
so
current
we would be
license-
granting Class A liquor, and the current condition, which isn't written the most expertly way, it probably was before you were chair, Chair Donnelly, where it just says, number one, no liquor sales, beer and wine only. And I think that probably predates the cider statute in Chapter 125.
Does, yeah.
So perhaps for condition number one, so we don't have to change all the other conditions. So for condition number one, and I don't have Pincus McBride in front of me, but does that one say something to the effect of?
It says the Class A liquor license
Is
limited to
limited-
wine and cider only, which I think is more
That
current.
sounds better, yes. So I will happily second that, if that was your motion, Ms. Farley.
But it should probably actually just say, Class A liquor is limited only to wine.
Wine only, because,
They're getting the cider.
but for the applicant to understand, so you'll have 3 different licenses: Class A beer, Class A liquor, Class A cider, among other licenses to hang on your premise. I was hoping that you open. And so when it says limited to wine only, it's just the one license that is really a wine license, because it's not
Kat, are you
spirits.
comfortable with that?
Yes, just to be clear, I guess the amendment to my motion that I would like to make is that condition 1 is changed to Class A liquor license is limited to,
Wine.
should it be
Wine only.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't want to copy Pincus exactly, because I think there's an additional condition on the original license for essentially the mini bottles
That's
condition,
fine.
and I think we should
We've already
keep
got that covered elsewhere. Okay, so you're fine with that, Mike's fine with it. Any further discussion of this motion? Alder Verveer.
Actually, I just noticed one thing. So I do have the current license in front of me from Acela, as their internal licensing program is called. And it does appear to me that condition number 4 is not appropriate, because condition number 4 relates to spirits. Is that what we're working off of, Mr. Verbeek?
Yeah.
So we should actually delete condition 4 and have condition 5 become condition 4.
That sounds reasonable to me. Ms. Farley? Excellent, she's nodding as well.
Yep, that makes sense. And then technically it is essentially copying the conditions on the Pincus license, but it works.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Sorry,
No problem.
we've muddled through this.
All right. Alder Verveer, do you have further?
I am complete, thank you.
Excellent. Does anyone else have anything to discuss about this motion? All right. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 41 is granted with conditions. So what this means is, in its simplest form, you will be allowed to sell the same things that they're selling right now. There's a bunch of details of the wording, but that's what it boils down to. Awesome.
Plus cider, right?
Oh, actually, that's true. No, you will be able to sell a little bit more than what they're allowed to right now. You can sell cider if you want. Thank you, Ms. Farley. Sure. Our committee has no opinion on any non-alcoholic things that you choose to sell. Next up, item 42. 42 is a new license application for Embassy Suites at 231 South Pinckney. 230, is that the Best Western? Fascinating. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your plans?
Yes, my name is Samson Ripple-Welke, so I am the food and beverage manager of the Hilton Embassy Suites, Madison downtown. It's located right down the street on Pinckney, 231 South Pinckney Street. We are currently slotted to open on the 4th of June, so it's coming up here. And up until Monday evening, we were under the impression that we were following ordinance and on the right track for our alcohol license. Monday evening, we were informed that we may have made a mistake in our timeline with our public information hearing. So I'm here in person just hopefully to seek out guidance, assistance from everybody on the committee in regards to what our steps should be, because we are trying to do the best of our ability just to follow ordinance and do this correctly.
So is the potential incorrect thing that the Common Council meeting isn't until June 4th and you want it to start on June 4th?
So I thought that we would be scheduling our public information hearing after the ALRC. So it's actually scheduled tomorrow on site at the hotel at 2:00 p.m. I was not aware of any ordinance that it must be a week before until earlier this week. So that's why I came in person. I just wanted to discuss this with you all and see if there's anything we could potentially do in regards to this.
That makes sense, and we appreciate you being here. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So Sampson, nice to meet you in person.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Just exchanging voicemails. So just if I could give the allowance of a preamble to my question so that everyone on my committee colleagues know what more specifically. So Monday night at a regular neighborhood association monthly meeting, one of the stakeholders in the neighborhood brought to our attention that he didn't think there was any orange sign on the site of the hotel that's still under construction. So I immediately called the general manager of the hotel that night after the neighborhood association meeting adjourned. I guess that would be your boss, Sampson, Michael. And Michael said, the orange sign's there, it's right there. I just saw it today, it's right there at the main entrance. And then I just wanted to confirm when the informational session would be, that third date, as we all know, that's required to be listed on the orange sign. And, come to learn, as was just testified to, that through confusion on the part of the applicant, but also some, I guess, perhaps mistaken information shared, not by the deputy city clerk, but one of his colleagues, apparently in the clerk's office, not to point fingers, when the date was apparently mentioned to the clerk's office, they said that would be fine. Is that correct, Sampson?
Yeah, so we wanted to be extra sure with the timeline because we kind of saw the informational pamphlet that was given to us more as bulletin points, not in order. So we went in person and discussed what the best time for this informational hearing would be. And we were advised that it should be after the ALRC. And then after that, I reached out to President Judge, and I spoke with Linda as well in regards to scheduling that, because initially we thought we were going to have it at the library on Mifflin Street due to the construction. So that's how it went on our side.
Right. And so that's the dilemma. The orange sign was posted on a timely basis. It's simply that the date for the information session, which I think all of us on the committee are well aware is required to be 1 week before tonight's public hearing, is scheduled for tomorrow. And that's where we are. My hope, but we haven't heard the word yet tonight, was that we might have at least one separation. I know most years we hope not to have a renewal separation, but my hope was that we might have one renewal separation and we would have a special meeting so that we could add this to the special meeting agenda and not delay the hotel grand opening next month, as opposed to referring this for 6 weeks to our next regular meeting, as we've already mentioned tonight, is a week later than normal due to the Juneteenth Day holiday. So I haven't heard the word yet from our prosecutor if there will be any separations, or from the deputy city clerk if there will be any separations this year in a special meeting. And it looks like we don't have any? No. Wow. The city's really safe and calm.
Congratulate you, Alder Verveer, for successfully reverse jinxing us.
Apparently. Yes. Wow. So I don't know if Attorney Zilovey I don't know if now's the time, or if there was any, I don't want to preclude other questions of the applicant, like about maybe the basics of the license, and what their
sort this part of it
hotel
out
program
first,
is. But as I mentioned to Sampson's colleague today on the phone and also a couple days ago, I think the committee would largely be guided by the legal advice we received tonight from our counsel as to.
I would say
if
go
there's any-
ahead and ask your question to our counsel.
Yep. So I presume Attorney Zillavy's still with us, and
Assistant City
and has
Attorney
heard the situation. If she hadn't heard it in advance before tonight, perhaps even if you have legal advice on what we might be able to do, attorneys.
I was not aware before this moment, and can I just take a second to read the ordinance and then
Yes, please.
pop back in? Okay.
Yes, please.
I'll be
Thank you.
Back in a second.
If I need to filibuster for a minute while that.
I believe in you.
Yeah, I can do that very well. I will just mention that I did review the brochure, and it is not, next time we do revisit our brochure for applicants, it would be really good practice if we did a better job of explaining that the information session's required to be at least 1 week before the ALRC meeting. I will point out that question number 28 on our application does just say that I understand that I am required to host an information session at least 1 week before the ALRC meeting. So I would say obviously the application is a more important document than the informational brochure we have. But just it would be a nice practice if we, next time we make a revision to the brochure to be a little more specific there, so we don't have the confusion that this applicant and probably other applicants have faced.
That would also be an issue on our end too, because initially the application was filled out by our general manager, Michael, and then it was kind of, the responsibility was given to me after the fact, once we started expanding, and there was more responsibilities at the hotel for him to attend to, so.
One question I could ask you while we're, again, allowing a little more time for our legal counsel to research the question, is why don't you advertise for, all the tons of people watching our meeting at this moment? When indeed is the time scheduled tomorrow that you will be holding the information session? Where exactly do they go into if they want a sneak peek of the new hotel?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if they'll need to wear a hard hat to get in or not and sign a waiver,
providing them.
but if you could, why don't you give the specifics of the information session tomorrow?
Yeah, so it'll be located at the property. Initially, we were thinking of going inside, although there is still a little bit of clutter. So we're thinking about it's supposed to be potentially nice in the afternoon. We could be right out front the lobby doors. We will have hard hats provided. It's 231 South Pinckney Street is our official address. So we are on the corner of Doty, and we are also on the corner of East Wilson. It kind of mirrors that apartment building right across the street. You can't miss it. We'll all be there, myself included, and we'd love to answer any questions that anybody has in regards to the property. So
Again, that's tomorrow at 2 p.m.?
Tomorrow,
2 o'clock
2 p.m.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, are you ready to provide us some guidance?
Well, I don't like the language in that ordinance.
You must not
For
have
these
drafted
purposes.
it. It must have been drafted by one of your former colleagues.
Because it says not less than 7 days prior to the date the ALRC first considers the application. But it doesn't say what happens if that doesn't happen, or what can happen if that doesn't happen.
It's like in contract law, you can say somebody has to do this, but if there isn't something that says what happens if they don't, it's not very effective.
Right.
So, Elder Vervu didn't have a specific question for you other than give us some guidance. I will ask a specific question. Would it be counter to ordinance for ALRC to rule on this tonight? while Assistant Attorney Zillavi considers that, I think it's worthy of noting, we regularly do things where there's something that's not quite done, but we feel ready to consider it, and we will say, oh, you need to have a copy of your lease and provide it to the city clerk before the common council meeting. Or you need to have this conversation. We actually had one earlier tonight where we wanted somebody to talk to Captain Sanders between now and the meeting. So as far as philosophically, I think we would be on solid ground. So our question is just for our council whether it would be legal for us to do it. Assistant City Attorney Zillavi, do you have thoughts yet?
Well, since it doesn't say you can't consider or grant a license if that doesn't happen, I mean, even though it's happening after the time that the ordinance says it is supposed to happen, it's complying with what the ordinance wants to happen.
Interesting.
So
Mr. Brishak?
Just say what you said again. I'm trying to follow here.
So the ordinance doesn't say you can't consider it. It says this is something that has to happen before the ALRC first considers the license. There's nothing that says what would happen if they don't do that. There's nothing that says, and if they don't have the meeting 7 days before, then the ALRC can't consider the license and you have to refer or deny whatever. And I feel like since the meeting would be tomorrow and essentially what the ordinance wants to be accomplished is going to be accomplished. It's just not going to be accomplished before tonight's meeting.
I feel comfortable moving forward. Does anyone else have any question? Mr. Brishak?
Is there any reason to think that a neighbor or any citizen could claim that we didn't follow a process and then ask for, are we going to run into a problem if we don't follow a process listed in the ordinances where someone comes later and says, because you didn't follow the process, your actions were invalid?
I mean, people can do that regardless all the time. I don't think there would be a basis to invalidate what the ALRC would do based on this provision.
And certainly such a hypothetical neighbor would have the opportunity to attend that session tomorrow.
Right,
And or give their concerns to Alder Verveer and or show up at the Common Council meeting.
I mean, it meets all the requirements of what the intent of the ordinance was. So I think it would be fine for the ALRC to proceed.
So before we go to other questions and other discussion, does anyone specifically have questions or concerns about the legality of us proceeding with this tonight? Ms. Carter?
No.
Okay.
I have others.
Excellent. Let us move forward then with the assumption that we can indeed act on this tonight. And along those lines, what is your question for the applicant, Ms. Carter?
My question for the applicant is, and it does have to do with your community meeting, but who did you reach out to schedule this meeting for tomorrow? I just wanted to know.
I initially emailed President Judge with the Neighborhood Association, and then I was in correspondence with Linda as well. I received emails back from both of them. They confirmed that, and I also spoke to Linda on the phone when I was trying to find a place to actually host it when we didn't think we could get anywhere near the hotel. So I actually spoke to Linda on the phone about possibly going to the Madison Public Library on Mifflin Street. So we've been in discussion via phone and email with those two from the Neighborhood Association.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. Brusick.
I'll just, for anyone who's curious, I believe you talked to Eli Sarofsky, the current CNI president.
Oh, yes, my apologies. Okay. My apologies.
A lot of people have made that mistake.
Thank you. I think I might have gotten an auto response, but that besides the point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for those clarifications. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant?
I would move approval at the appropriate time.
All right. I hear a motion to approve from Ms. Carter, second from Mr. Brusick. Is there any discussion?
I will say we have someone in Zoom named Roger who raised his hand, but I don't see any Rogers registered for tonight's meeting. I just want to make that known.
Well, let's give him the opportunity. Roger, are you interested in speaking for or against this item? You were unmuted, now you've muted again.
All right. No, I am the applicant for the, I think, item line 50.
Item 950.
Item number 50, I think line number 50.
Okay, I'm going to put you back on.
I did not mean to push the.
It's okay, but actually, why don't, everyone's pardoned, but I want to save this person from sitting around when we've already disposed of this.
They do know I did email them.
So your item has been referred to next month's meeting. Okay, so seeing as we have no other registrants for this item, and we have a motion to grant and a second, is there any discussion? Correct. Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 42 is granted. Congratulations and good luck with your meeting tomorrow and your grand opening in June.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thanks.
Have a good night.
That's okay. No, thank you.
Excellent. Next up, item 44. Item 44 is a new license application for Lone Girl Tap and Pizza at 1817 East Wash. Come on up. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you are proposing.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kevin Abercrombie. I'm the owner of the Lone Girl Brewing Company, currently operating in Waunakee, Wisconsin. Quick about me, I moved up here about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, with my family, who has grown rather large now. They're 16, 14, and 14. We currently continue to live in Waunakee. We brew our own beer up there. It has always been our thought process to make a step in expansion towards using the capacity that we have to brew beer in Waunakee to another location. So our plans would be to brew our beer as we do right now in Waunakee, transport that to the tap room that we'd like to take over. That is in the Marling Building, 1817 East Washington, formerly occupied by the Oso Madhouse. The reason we're applying for a new license is the former license only sold beer. We are looking to have beer, wine, and cocktails. The other difference between what was being offered at the Madhouse as to what our plans to do is a little bit more of a substantial food menu. Mark from Oso had just a countertop frozen pizza offering. Ours will be a Roman-style flash-fried pizza as well. Ironically, pizza, but more than just kind of a frozen countertop pizza oven. Have had informational meetings with the Neighborhood Association, have met with Marcia. I met with her at the meeting. I spoke with her on the phone. I played some phone tag. I apologize for not following up, but great to see you here today. And I think that we've had some letters of support that have been forwarded for tonight. I have somebody, the landlord, Jacqueline from the Galena Companies, who manages the building, is available for questions, as am I.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Ms. Farley?
I hope it's not too premature, but I'd like to move to approve.
I hear a motion to grant item 44. Do I hear a second? A second from Mr. Baruchuk. Jim, do we have any other registrants for this item?
Just Jacqueline.
Okay, and she's wishing to
support.
speak or available
Available
to
to answer
answer
questions.
Okay. If anyone has any other questions, please do raise your hand. You're welcome.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. We're moving so quickly now. I haven't had a chance to pull up the current license yet, but I do note that Alder Rummel's email to us of today does request, quote, the same conditions for patio capacity as previous establishment. So is that simply the listed capacity of 38?
Yes.
Are there, I just wanted, well, thank you. Yeah, you could answer too. No, that's fine. Thank you, sir. But I was more thinking of the deputy city clerk, just, bless you, confirming that there are no conditions on the last establishment at the premise. But do you know the answer to that too?
There aren't any.
Okay, thank you all.
Condition-free.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Verveer. Any other, yes, what's your question?
I had a question with regard to the application process and some of the discussion that was happened earlier today with the percentage of alcohol versus food, how those are determined, how those are kind of enforced.
Sure. Well, this is actually a good opportunity to educate some members of the committee. So the simplest thing is it isn't really relevant to you.
Okay.
The case where it is most relevant is if somebody is planning to open a restaurant rather than a bar. And if we put a condition that says they have to meet the definition of a restaurant under Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times, one of the key points of the definition of a restaurant is that it makes at least 50% of its money from things other than alcohol.
Okay.
Even in that case, if we were to suspect that an establishment with such a condition was not fulfilling its requirements, we could, this committee could ask somebody from the city finance office to perform an audit, a expensive and time-consuming process. And if the results of the audit were unsatisfactory, someone from the city attorney's office would then have the opportunity to file a revocation complaint on those grounds.
Okay.
In my 12 years on the committee, I think that's only actually come to fruition once.
Okay.
Has your question been answered?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Committee, any further? Ms. Farley?
I was just going to add to your answer outside of the context of a formal restaurant. I know I personally will use the percentage along with the business plan just to get an understanding of what kind of business we're looking at.
Very true. I think it's one of the variables when we're looking to see, does anything seem weird about this? All right. Any further questions, comments, or discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent to the motion to grant? Hearing none, motion carries. Welcome to Madison.
Thank you very much.
Next up, item 49, new license application for the Stadium Bar at 1517 Monroe. Come on. Do we even have that? Oh, yeah, that one works. Yeah, awesome. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us what you're proposing?
My name is Don Woods. I own Stadium Takeout, and I'm just trying to look to expand, add some beer, to the food that I serve.
Interesting. I think I'm remembering something wrong. So can you tell us what your establishment is currently like? Like, what are you selling? What's your
Right now I
business
sell,
model?
we got Philly cheesesteaks, Italian beefs, wings, hot dogs, Polishes. And then I also, I own a barber shop right next door as well.
All right. And do you, I'm sorry for being a little scattered on this. So the name is Stadium Takeout. Like, is it just takeout?
No, I do have seating, 20.
Okay.
It was just, when I was trying to think of a name when I was, doing it, and
You're totally fine. I
So-
just wanted to.
but there is seating.
Okay. And would it be your intent to sell alcohol only for on-site consumption?
Yeah, just inside.
Okay, great. Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant?
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Any questions, anybody? All right. I hear a motion to grant from Alder Revere, second from Mr. Brushock. Are there any other registrants for this item?
Just Desiree. Just Desiree Woods, which is in support, not wishing to speak.
Okay.
I will say that this was an application that the background check got flagged, and I
Okay.
think Captain Hansen may have a background report on it.
All right. You can have a seat. And Captain Hansen, what do you have for us?
That is a good question. What is the app? Desiree Woods or?
It was Don Woods was the one.
Don Woods? Okay, I do have that. Okay. Again, this is in no means an assessment by the Madison Police Department. We've been asked to provide a background investigation on applicants, and our records custodian came up with the following information, and this dates back originally to 1995 through 2012. So being that it is several entries, but nothing for the last 12 years, I'm wondering if it's germane to this process and you want it read.
I will leave that up to the committee as a whole.
I say no.
Okay, I'll say. Okay.
There is.
Okay, well then, yes. I believe that we are, as Alder Verveer says, we're required to hear it and, include it as a factor in our decision, but we're the ones who get to decide whether it's germane. So please continue, Captain Hansen.
Okay. July 1998, substantial battery, intent, bodily harm, La Crosse County, convicted in November of 1998, Class E felony. 2002, manufacture, deliver, cocaine, La Crosse County, convicted July 2003, Class E felony. All the rest are misdemeanors.
Thank you, Captain Hansen. Ms. Farley, then Ms. Carter. Ms. Farley?
I don't remember I had my hand up. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Ms. Carter?
No, I was just going to say that so much time has passed. I don't think that it really impacts on what we're doing today. But thank you, Captain Hansen.
All right. Ms. Farley?
Yeah, I agree. I was 4 years old in 2002. So I think that the
We all needed
applicant
to hear that. Thank you.
I think the applicant has
Let me just go to bed after that.
Well, us old people need to get our sleep.
Nothing good happens after 9 p.m.
Ms. Farley, anything further?
No, I was just going to say, I think the applicant has established a strong history of being a good neighbor in the area.
Excellent. Thank you. Assistant City Attorney Zellaby.
The statute says that a license can't be granted if somebody has a felony conviction. However, you can grant it if somebody has a felony conviction upon a finding that the activity does not substantially relate to the licensing activity. And I think in that finding, it is relevant that something took place 20 some years ago when there has been no similar subsequent offenses. But at a minimum, you should include a finding that you don't believe the offenses substantially relate to the licensing activity.
All right. Let's see, Mr. No, you had your hand up.
Well, when you turn. I don't think substantial battery and manufacture delivery cocaine over 20 or over 10 years ago is substantially related to the sale of alcohol in a restaurant. So that's why I'm going to support it, notwithstanding the felony conviction.
Alder Verveer, do you concur with the seconder of your motion that that should be included in the motion?
Indeed.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so we have a motion to grant with a mention that we believe any past, that the applicant's history is not relevant to this licensing process. Do I hear any dissent? Assistant City Attorney Zellaby?
Sorry.
Better way to word that?
Yes, don't say that it's not relevant, but that you find that it does not substantially relate to the licensing activity.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So that was not Alder Revere's fault. That was mine. Mr. Verbeek, have you captured the wording from Assistant City Attorney Zellaby?
Substantially relates to the sale of alcohol, is that?
Assistant City Attorney Zellaby?
Yes, that would cover it. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good. So, Ms. Farley.
I noticed, I have a question for the applicant, sorry. I'm looking at the hours and I think we're looking at closing at 8 p.m. But I think I also noticed in the application that there was like interest in expanding the hours. And so I just want to confirm that with the alcohol license granted, the closing time of 8 p.m. Would remain the same?
Yeah. Oh, when I originally filled out the application, it was for the current hours that I already have, right now. But with the football games, the volleyball games, I didn't realize that I had to adjust the hours based on, like, if I wanted to be open for them. I didn't realize that I needed those hours. Because I do want to expand some hours, but I just don't know what. But I wanted to be available for when those events.
So to be clear, what you put on your application is just letting us know what you're planning to do. And we have not put any conditions on the license.
The original application, I put my current hours, that what I've been open.
Okay.
Because I just have one employee there, and he doesn't want to work more than 40 hours a week.
Understandable.
And yesterday I emailed, because I had asked if I need to submit a new application for, different hours, because I wasn't sure of
Gotcha.
what to put in the original.
Gotcha. So the answer is basically no. So you could put whatever you wanted in the application and do whatever you want in real life. The only point where you would actually be in any trouble would be if we had added a condition to the license that says you're only allowed to operate within these hours, something which we have not done, at least at this
It
time.
was something the neighborhood association, because they wanted me to be open. So it was something they brought up to my attention. I didn't realize.
So do they want you to be open less or more?
More. I'm only open so many hours, so.
Okay, that's wonderful. I mean, it sounds like there is some capitalistic pressure encouraging you to be open later.
Yeah.
That
Well,
is,
they brought up, the football games and like the volleyball, because I'm right across the street from the stadium.
Sure.
So they brought it up, and then there was a few neighborhood.
I mean, that sounds like useful market insight for you, but not any sort of pressure for what to do.
Sure.
Ms. Farley, do you have additional questions about this?
Yeah, so the reason I ask, I think there's at least 2 other locations on Monroe Street nearby that have conditions that alcohol sales will cease by 10 p.m. And I think there's maybe like an 11 p.m. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were being consistent between our organizations, though if there's no intent to stay open after 8 p.m., I'm not sure it really matters, but I do want to make sure that we as a committee are
Let's
consistent.
ask. If we had a condition that said you wouldn't sell alcohol after 10 p.m., would that impact your business?
No, not at all. I wasn't actually planning on being open after 10 unless there was like a game day where like a later game, when people were coming in to get food like after the game.
Gotcha.
That would be the only reason, but other than that, no, I don't want to be out that late.
Thank you. Anybody have further questions for the applicant? All right, you can have a seat again. Thank you. So absent somebody saying, stop, I want to talk more about this, I'm going to keep moving forward. All right, so is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 49 is granted. Congratulations, Don, and best of luck. Okay, coming down the home stretch. Item 51 is a new license application for Crown Liquor at 3510 East Wash. Will you please introduce yourself?
Good evening, everybody.
Introduce yourself.
Yep.
Tell us what is currently at that location, and tell us what you're proposing.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Amit Kumar, and I own 1129 South Park Street gas station with my brother. And this year, in month of January, we buy that property on 3510 East Washington Avenue. And we are trying to open a liquor store plus convenience store over there.
And what is currently at that location?
Currently, that building is empty because before that, over there is a chiropractor on that building. But in the COVID, she stopped that business and she sell to another person. That person do the rented.
I think you have answered the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So rented the person.
So before people start asking questions, I will beat you to the punch on one. There has never been a licensed establishment at this location. So, committee, what questions do you have for this applicant? Alder?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So it's an application for a liquor store and convenience store. Is that something that's new since we met?
Yeah.
You've changed it since we've met?
Oh, no, that's the same thing. A liquor store and a convenience store.
Okay.
All right. Additional questions for the applicant? Ms. Carter, then Alder Verveer.
Well, I'm just curious because when you say convenience store, can you give me an idea on what you will have there as far as food items then?
Yeah, I can explain you. We can have over there beer, wine, liquor, ciders, tobacco, lottery, and ATM services, full services liquor store. We can say that full service liquor store plus convenience store.
Would you be selling milk and eggs?
Yeah, yes, it would be. We can put because it's a grocery store also. We can put a little bit grocery over there too, because we already own a gas station. So beside that, the gas station we put all the things a gas station have beside the gas.
Is this a gas station?
No.
It's just a liquor store / mini mart.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. I might come back.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Alder Verveer, then Ms. Farley. Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Before we proceed much further, I just wanted to bring to the committee's attention that at the request of the Alder of the district, Alder Latimer Burris, at the City Council meeting last 2 weeks ago now, I guess, when this license was introduced, it actually, the council voted to refer this officially not to tonight's meeting, but to our June regular meeting to allow the Alder of the district the opportunity to host a neighborhood meeting. And I perhaps, and Mr. Verbit can answer this if he wishes, but perhaps it ended up on this agenda in any event because the public notices had already been distributed by then. I don't know. Or legal notices had already been placed in the state journal. But anyway, I see very much motion to refer in our immediate future on this one. So rather than dive into a lot of specific questions now, I just wanted to provide that background.
If you would
I was going to hold off on a motion to refer, just asking the Alder of the district at the appropriate time to weigh in. With apologies to the applicant, I don't have any questions for him, but I just wanted to avoid maybe the unnecessary questioning of the applicant tonight, if you understand what I'm saying.
I do. I would say, go ahead and ask the question now.
Not of the applicant, but of.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for being here, Alder Latimer Burris. Is it your intent that you're recommending to us tonight that we refer this to the June ALRC meeting so that you can host a neighborhood meeting?
Yeah, so I don't know that there'll be enough time. I did go to their informational meeting, and I guess I missed that it was going to be a convenience store when we met. I thought it was going to be 100% liquor store when we met. But I did give them direction to reach out to the neighborhoods, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to do that. And because this is a new enterprise and hasn't been licensed before, and with the understanding previously that it was 100% liquor, I definitely think we need to notify the neighborhood and get impact input. There's 3 associations, Hawthorne Association, Carpenter Ridgeway, and East Madison Community Center that are right in the triangle of where this establishment will go. So that's really my main concern.
Excellent. Alder Verveer, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
If you would like, I think it would be fine to make a motion now.
Thank you. With apologies to the applicant, and I feel badly that they've stayed here so late tonight, all these many hours. I move to refer this application to our next regular meeting of June 26th.
I hear that. Motion.
Second.
Hear a second from Ms. Carter. Let's, give me a second here. All right. So Alder Latimer Burris, go ahead.
Sorry. Again, just want to make sure there's enough time for postcards to go out and for the neighborhood to, be able to participate. And I know we're running up on the holidays and, I'm sympathetic to businesses because they have to, do their business and spend money, but we want to make sure that we get this right and we get people an opportunity to weigh in. So with the June meeting, I'm hoping there's enough time. When is the June meeting, I guess? Is that June 21st? 26th? Okay, that should be enough time then. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Scratch my comments.
Not a problem. Any further discussion of the motion to refer item 51? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 51 is referred to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting.
I don't see any of them in Zoom. I did see one. I did see one in Zoom earlier, but I don't see them in now.
All right. So, all right. So next, item 61. Item 61 is a change of licensed condition for the Madison Elks Lodge. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yep. Lindsay Lee is registered and in Zoom.
Excellent. Lindsay, welcome back. Lindsay.
Hello. I'm sorry.
You're good. Go ahead. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you are proposing.
So the Elks Club, and it is pretty late, so I'm a little sorry in terms of.
We understand.
Past my bedtime. I know it's past your bedtime. So the Elks Club would like to serve out. We already can have alcohol on our back lawn. If you know the Elks Club, we come up right to Lake Monona.
Mm-hmm.
We would like to be able to also serve on the back lawn.
Makes sense. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Hear a motion from Ms. Westra to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Carter. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 61 is granted. Have a good night, Lindsay.
Great, thank you.
No problem. Okay, so we are through all of our regular business. We are now on to license renewals. Before we do that, I want to check. We've got two other people who are still in the waiting area, Kevin Metcalf and Roger. If
Kevin is registered for the alcohol renewal item 53.
Oh, wonderful.
In
Okay.
support, available to answer questions.
Oh my gosh, so responsible. That's great. Okay, then let's move on to those. So items 53 and 36 are the renewal of the alcohol licenses and entertainment licenses. And I believe, a first in my time on the committee, there are no items separated from this. So, committee, what is your pleasure?
Move approval as designated on their licenses.
All right, so we've got a motion from Ms. Westra to approve items 36 and 53 on our agenda. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Carter. Is there any discussion? Mr. Bruchuk.
Thank you. A number of the renewals for the entertainment licenses have conditions related to decibel levels, including the Edgewater Hotel in my neighborhood, which is, for years, has been a source of concern for neighbors. So I was going to see if Captain Hansen, if you wouldn't mind sharing any data you might have about calls about noise complaints.
Sure, happy to talk about it. I don't have any specific data on the Edgewater, but I can tell you that we have been working on various complaints in the 10 block of Langdon Street, right near it, to include reports of fireworks being lit off at odd late night hours in the area, and that is driving police calls for service. We have a team of officers that, when they are free on the weekend hours during that time, 10 until midnight, are just observant of it. Obviously, they have to wait for the firework to go up and then try and track it. But between that and some loud parties, and that, without going to specific addresses publicly here, in that first few homes on Langdon Street, it is being addressed by our State Street neighborhood officer and talking to them. As far as the Edgewater specific, we do not have, we don't list them as a problem address right now.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work on Langdon Street and for providing that information. Edgewater has been a lot better in recent years, from what I hear from neighbors. I hope the management there continues working with the neighborhood about noise issues, and someday I think we should take a look at those decibel levels that are listed in the conditions, because as articulated by Attorney Zillerby during the last meeting, there sometimes can be unworkable. But I support the renewals.
Excellent, thank you. Any further discussion of the motion to approve items 53 and 36? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Items 53 and 36 are granted. All right. And now for the moment you've all been waiting for. Item 54 and 55 are election for the ALRC chair and vice chair. So item 54 is election of chair. The floor is now open for nominations. You may nominate any other member of the committee. You may nominate yourself. If you attempt to nominate somebody else, they get to decide whether they accept the nomination. So I open the floor for nominations. Mr. Bruchuk.
I nominate Amy Westra for chair.
All right. Ms. Westra, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Excellent. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? All right, I am now closing the nominations. Seeing as there is only one candidate, we can just ask who is in favor, right? Yeah, okay. So all in favor of Amy Westra being the new ALRC chair indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege? Motion carries. Congratulations, Amy.
Thank you.
Next up, item 55, election of the ALRC vice chair. I will now open the floor to nominations.
I nominate Colin.
Mr. Rushik, do you accept the nomination? All right. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any further nominations for vice chair? All right, I will now close the nominations. And again, seeing as there is only one candidate, all in favor of Colin Burushuk being the ALRC vice chair indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. Motion carries. Congratulations, Colin. All right. Next up, appointment of people to the Operator License Subcommittee. There's actually something that I thought of last time we were working on this. I believe that we should not appoint everyone to the subcommittee. We should appoint a total of 3 people and then appoint everyone else as alternates. That will mean that we only actually need 2 people to show up, whereas if we have a whole bunch of people, we get quorum issues. Mr. Verbeek, who are the current members?
The current members are Ms. Westra and Alder Revere. Dr. Reese was the 3rd member.
All right. Is there anyone who is interested in being the 3rd member?
I have a question. This is the Operations Committee, which is focused on.
This is the Operators License Subcommittee.
Okay.
So this is the one that meets periodically on like lunchtime on a Monday to.
Yeah, it's like noon once a month for like 30 minutes usually.
Yeah, it's usually the 4th Wednesday of every month at noon, as needed by an operator who is asked to appear before that particular meeting rather than this one.
Yeah, we haven't had to meet in a couple months.
Yeah, there'll be one
It's been a while.
this next week though.
Okay.
So who is willing to serve? Mr. Burushuk is. Excellent.
If no one else wants to, I will do it.
Well, Colin raised his hand, so
Good.
I will entertain a motion to appoint Mr. Burushuk to the Operators License Subcommittee and to appoint every other member of the committee who is not yet a member of that subcommittee as alternates.
I so move.
I hear a motion. Do I hear a second? I see. Sorry, motion from Ms. Westra, second from Mr. Burushuk. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. We've now got that committee staffed, or subcommittee staffed. Okay, next up, item 57. Oh, I forgot, there's another exciting discussion. Jim, is this you or Jennifer or what?
Technically, this is me.
All right.
So we kind of talked about this a little bit last week about what the new Act 73 changes were. And one of the sort of big ones that kind of slipped under the radar a little bit because the state wasn't very good and being very clear about what the municipalities have and changes of things that happen. So it used to be only breweries could sort of move an off-site retail location, and the approval for that was very informal. And they would essentially ask me, and I would then have loop in zoning, the police district captain, and the alder for the area, and sort of see what their thoughts are. Zoning would pursue a conditional use permit if that was something that's needed. Well, now this changes more of a formalized process where the municipal boards need to approve a full service retail location. And now this is sort of opened up not just to breweries, but also distilleries and wineries if they want to do it. And so DOR has said that the process should mirror what the municipal license process is. Ultimately, we don't issue them a license. We just sort of give the DOR, the city gives the DOR their approval, and then DOR issues them a permit that they sell the alcohol on. Talking with Assistant City Attorney Amber McReynolds, since we don't have anything to give them or hold over them to make sure that they get the approvals of zoning, building inspection, fire, and health. The thought is that we do this sort of in reverse, that the applicants would then need to get the approvals from those agencies before we would schedule before the ALRC. So then, with the ultimate end all is not that you pay for the license, get the license, but it's that you get the approval from the Common Council. So that's sort of an overview of how we're planning to handle this in Madison. We still, I think, need to update our ordinances to have this, but I think right now, the way the statute reads is that the municipal boards need to approve it, and it needs to mirror the process, and we're doing that. They still need to get the same sign-offs and everything. We still need to notice it in the newspaper, but we're just sort of gonna maneuver it in a way in which we have the city's say is the last of it. So having said all that, the state has their form that they make the applicants fill out. Just like the municipal license form, the state has their form for that. The city has opted to ask the same questions of the state form, but also additional questions. And so what this item is asking the committee, do you feel like the answers you have in that form are sufficient, or are there additional things that you would like to like to see in a city's version of the form to ask of the applicants? The state has sort of indicated that as far as their considerations of these applications is there's a section on their application where they ask for quantities produced, and that's really the only thing that they look at when they are looking at these. So they said, don't expect a lot of denials from us unless there's something wrong with that. So it's mostly the city's area to review all the other stuff, all the other considerations about the application.
Interesting. Well, I have faith in you and Assistant City Attorney McReynolds. I would certainly hope that there is very clear guidance to our committee what our responsibilities are and what our options are. Let's see, Mr. Brushuk.
So this applies to the breweries, et cetera, who want to open full-service bars, who have to get approval from the municipality, but don't need a Class B license.
No, the statute changed. It used to be if you were a winery, you can get a Class B wine only license to sell all these other things, or if you were a brewery, you could get a Class C wine license. The way the law is that producers no longer get municipal licenses, that this is the route that they go.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't have a whole lot of, obviously, like I said, it wasn't sort of a free-for-all in that you could sell all these things, whether you're a brewery or winery, distillery. Now it's sort of opened up in that way. We only had maybe a handful, I think, like Oso and Old Sugar Distillery and Next Door Brewing, I think.
So-
the ones that we had.
So that's my question. So I'm going to use Old Sugar as the example. So Old Sugar was under the state control when they were just the distillery. And they only came forward to us when they wanted to add in beer.
Yes.
And so with the new state law, they wouldn't be coming before us to add beer.
I don't think they are, because I reached out to Old Sugar actually today and just said, just so you know, you're not going to get an invoice from us, and we don't give you licenses anymore. And they said we already have our new permit from the state. So I don't know if the state has interpreted places having municipal license already to be able to do certain things. I don't know. I emailed the state and asked them that question, and I never really got a response back on that.
So in that situation though,
Yeah.
we wouldn't see them for adding on beer, since they're a producer of a distiller.
Well, I think Jim's saying that we would see them because we would say, that sounds good to us. Then the Common Council would say, that sounds good to us. And then the DOR would issue them the permit.
Yep. Correct.
Okay.
So we wouldn't be issuing them a permit, but we would be like blessing them for DOR.
Yep. Correct.
Dare you to put that in the legislation. What other questions do people have? All right, is there anything oh, I'm sorry, Alder Verveer.
Thank you. And thank you, Jim. You answered some of my questions in your explanation of all this. I'm looking at the DOR form that you included in Legistar for this item. Am I understanding correctly that these folks would be required to complete this form in any event and submit this to DOR? Because, for example, I'm looking in Part G as in golf, and where it says for municipal use only. So do you, as Deputy City Clerk, complete Part G of this form and submit it to DOR eventually?
Hold on, I gotta bring it up.
I support us continuing to use the applications that we developed on our own. I do think that that additional information is superior, no offense to DOR, to the DOR applications that any of us could access online if you choose to compare them. But I'm wondering if this will be submitted in any event to us anyway.
It probably would be, yeah.
Would you?
Because they at least have to submit it to DOR for the Part B part of it.
Are you thinking that you would include this in the ALRC packets, the
Oh, yeah.
Form AB 105 in addition to the city of Madison? Okay, that sounds good. Okay. And then you had mentioned, I just want to confirm I heard you correctly, you had mentioned a few minutes ago that it's your understanding that applicants in this situation that aren't actually receiving a license from us, but rather from the state, but still have to go through this initial process where the Common Council has kind of final say as a formal recommendation to DOR, that they would still be subject to the legal notice and publication provisions, and so would we still be able to charge them the $100 then and mail out the postcards and
I believe so.
and orange sign and all that good stuff? Okay. So one thought I have, since that would be the only revenue we collect from these businesses at this point that I can think of, except like we continue to use Old Sugar as an example. We have Sidewalk Cafe, fees from them. But in any event, has your office looked in any time recently to see if the $100 pub fee is covering all of our costs as the U.S. Postal Service keeps increasing the postage rates for postcards? And
I have not looked at that, no.
could you put that on your long list of things to do?
I did look at the renewal publication, because that's a rather large dollar amount given it, and I think it
The
was-
legal notice for that, you mean the 3 legal notices for the renewals? you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think what we do, because we only charge 40 for that one for the renewals, and together with all of them together, it does cover it. But I'll look into our.
So you think the $40 is appropriate for what the state journal charges? This is what you're saying?
Yeah, for the renewals, but I'll look at
But in terms of the
postage for
postage,
the-
that's
yeah.
a lot more
Sure.
significant, and the printing of the postcards and all that. Yeah,
And I mean, and that varies depending on the neighborhoods that we're.
Yeah, the densities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if it's at West Town Mall, like that's a lot different than Pinckney or.
Thank you. When was the effective date for this provision? May 1st, okay. Do we have any pending or any that you know of?
We don't. I know there's one distillery who's asked about it, and I've given them sort of what our plan is that I just articulated. But they've not submitted anything. I've not seen anything yet.
Okay. And you said Assistant City Attorney McReynolds is working on an ordinance amendment?
I believe so, yeah.
One last thing, it occurred to me after our last quick discussion with her at our last meeting about the Chapter 125 revisions, for example, the Class C wine modification that we've talked about. Is she working on revising other sections of our ordinances to make sure that they conform with 125 modifications? Do you know?
I don't know, but I would imagine she probably would.
Okay. We should ask her to do that. I know we asked her to come, was it the June meeting or July meeting?
So she knew she wasn't going to be at this one.
Yeah, to present
Yeah.
a tutorial for us. Yeah. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Any further discussion on item 57? Jim, is there any guidance that you are looking for at this time from this committee?
I think my understanding is that everyone feels that we should have a separate city form. I guess I was wondering is what we have in our alcohol license form, minus obviously the attestations, I don't think necessarily would all apply, but is sort of that a good starting point to look at? Maybe I
Yes.
can just draft one and bring it to the committee next time.
That is a
and-
good starting point.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, we are done with item 57. 58, report of Madison Police Department. Captain Hanson, is there anything to which you would like to draw the committee's attention?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing this time for calls for service to the various bars. We are implementing a bar training for 2 nights on University Avenue at the Liquid, in which we're training bar owners and bartenders on safety measures. So that's probably more informational.
When is that?
At the Liquid.
When?
I knew you'd ask that. It's this week, I believe. I'm retiring. That's the other thing, and I got a lot in my mind right now. And
It's the 21st, the 23rd.
thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. And my replacement is Captain Angie Kamaski. So we've been cross-training in the that's more what I was going to talk about. We've been cross-training in the last few weeks, and she's very committed to getting the ALRC function of the job right, and she'll do 7,000 times better than I. So please welcome her in June, and she'll be here. And thank you. Yeah.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for Captain Hanson? All right. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Yeah, before I embarrass Mike, that'll be the last piece of business here, and thank him and wish him well. I did have a couple of questions, and maybe Jennifer could answer these as well, but I'm sure the chair remembers this, but for old timers on the committee, in prior years, in the old days, we were invited to the trainings that the Central Police Community Policing Team and Jennifer and others provide, Department of Civil Rights. So I would appreciate it if either the Central CPT licensed premise liaisons or sergeant, or you, Captain, or you, Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, one of you could send an email to the committee or via Jim confirming what the times are on the 21st and 23rd, in case any of us wish to watch. We never had so much interest that we had to do a notice of a possible quorum. But if there is great interest, I guess we should have to worry about that. But since you turned your camera on, thank you, Jennifer. Could you confirm?
Sure.
Could you confirm when the trainings are again, please?
I want to beat you to it, Jennifer, because
Okay.
I was slow to it. I got it right here in front of me now.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
6 to 7 p.m. on the 21st, and on the 23rd of May, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m., both times at Liquid. I got the flyer here, I'll send to you, dealing with
great.
unruly patrons, use of force, over-serving, underage drinking. Representatives, city attorney herself, and MPD.
And did we invite all Class B license holders in the city, or is this only in the downtown campus area that were invited to this one? Do we know? Out of curiosity, some years it was we invited every tavern in the city. Other years it was more the entertainment district focused. Do we know who was invited to this one?
I think it's just entertainment focused, but we're not gonna preclude anyone.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the other, just moving quickly to my other subject, we obviously all know the good news that there won't be a separation meeting of this committee this year for renewals. Could either a captain or assistant city attorney just mention, were there any close calls by chance? Like, were there any that you considered potentially referring to a renewal separation meeting, but instead are having perhaps an alert meeting or a lesser sanction, if you will? Or is everything just going so well citywide that there really was nothing that even came to your attention? I know, and Attorney Zillavi, you're the one that for years has coordinated the separations for the committee. So you're probably the one that should answer that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I have several prosecutions in the hopper. I filed one of them thus far against Scotty Bar, but there's probably 8 that at some point in the next few months you all will be seeing for some type of disciplinary action once the municipal court cases are settled.
I see. Nothing obviously that you thought were a license condition was a possible solution to the problem. Were they mostly underage issues or not all?
Yeah.
Or entirely all underage?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. So you never really considered separation on anything for this year at all in the city?
No.
Okay. That's good to know. Good news. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
I do want to say a few words for farewell, but are there other questions that anyone has?
Are there any other questions of Captain Hansen? All right, the floor is yours.
Well, I just want to say, and I, at the appropriate time, would like to move that we adjourn in honor of the public service of Captain Michael Hansen.
The
But
motion to adjourn for you.
But I just want to quickly say, Mike, publicly, how much I've enjoyed working with you the last few years. Obviously, we've known each other for more than a few decades at this point, but especially was tickled and real pleasure that you ended your career with MPD in the Central District as our commander, and thus by default, the police department's representative on this committee. So it's been a real pleasure working with you. Thank you for your service to the community. In particular, though, thank you to your service to this committee and assisting us do our jobs during your tenure as a member of this committee. I certainly am going to miss working with you and wish you all the best in your well-deserved retirement. So Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Ms. Farley.
Before we adjourn, I had a question about term limit.
We do have another item on our agenda.
Oh, okay.
So we're not just about to adjourn. Any other questions for Captain Hansen? Captain Hansen.
I just, this will be my last meeting here, and I appreciate Alder Revere's remarks. We do go way, way back, and hopefully I've matured some since first started as a cop 23 years ago. But for all of you on this committee, you know, about 6 chairs over, I sat on the county board for 6 years as well, and you go through these long meetings, and here it is 10:40 some as well. And nobody is here, and there might be 6 people watching on TV, but having, and maybe they even watch reruns tomorrow, but having come down to the Central District as a captain, the work you do and the institutional knowledge that you all possess on all this is phenomenal and important, and is lethargic as some of this work can be, and draining and long nights, and I'm keeping you here even longer. It is important. It keeps order in the district, and like no other, and it's impressive. So thank you for what you do in selfless service, and there aren't enough thank yous in Madison for helping keeping order down here. So it's been a pleasure, and thank you for allowing me to be on the committee.
Thank you, Captain. All right, item 59, report of clerk. So, Deputy City Clerk Verbeek, is there anything to which you would like to draw the committee's attention?
Yeah, all alcohol license renewal invoices were sent out earlier this week. They're due June 7th. There were a total of 46 licenses that weren't renewed. And I know you're going to ask me which of them are regular licenses, and I forgot to check that. I will try to do that as I'm talking. 16 Class A's, 30 Class B's. I would say the majority of them are ones where we have new licenses that are sort of in the hopper that the committee has already approved, and they're just sort of waiting their approvals. We did fail to get renewal forms from Walgreens and Pick and Saves. And I have not seen new applications from them, but they've been told that they missed the deadline. They were told multiple times when the deadline was, and they did not get them in time. So I would expect to see applications soon from those two businesses. I'm trying to think where I was going to go from there. But yeah, that's sort of where we're at with that. Next month, since we'll have invoices past due and there'll already be some paid out, that I'll be sending out the report to the committee of establishments that either have holds on the licenses or they haven't paid their licenses, that they can expect to get a visit from MPD at midnight on July 1st to shut them down if that's what, if they don't have their license issued for next licensing year in time.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. Committee, what questions do you have for our representative from the city clerk's office?
Jim, how many have holds right now?
How many have holds?
Yeah.
Well, the invoices were just sent out, so I'm
Okay, so we don't know yet.
Yeah, it's hard to get a good idea. I know I got one notice from DOR today about their state sellers permit not being in good standing, so they need to address that. But I would say for the most part, and Treasurer I don't believe has put their holds for unpaid personal property tax, so it's pretty early for me to kind of get a good sense as far as who has holds and things like that on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I was just wondering, Jim, is the audit process that you and your colleagues do with these renewal forms now complete in terms of change of agents, change of corporate entities, those sort of things? Obviously, we had a high number on tonight's agenda, but should we expect we'll see several more of those at next month's agenda? Are there a lot of...
Yeah, the June basket's pretty full, so I think that they're still working their way through that. We may have got some towards the end after. I know some places they changed agents, but they didn't give us the form at the same time they submitted the renewal form. So I would expect quite a few to be on the June agenda as well. And we got an ongoing spreadsheet of places that I might need to follow up with to make sure that they either have an agent there from the one that's still listed on the license, or if they're changing it, or any sort of change, any sort of deviation that they had in the renewal form initially before we had them corrected.
Thank you. So the June meeting could be even more than the 12 pages we had tonight.
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And I did my count. We have 15 regular licenses coming back for this year, which is it's a little on the higher end, but not outrageous, because I think we usually get about a dozen or so back on the good years. Maybe. I don't think we've had campers since like my first year here. I think Boz Meadery was there, the lawn chair outside the front doors, but yeah.
And for $10,000, I'd camp out.
Yeah.
Right. Ms. Farley.
Heck of a doorbuster. I have a question for Jim. It's not as necessarily related to our issued licenses, but I wanted to ask about understanding the termed out and end dates for members on the committee. I was just really confused by that.
I forget how long the terms are.
I think it's 3 years.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, 3 years. Yeah, as Alder said, there's an automatic 90-day extension, so even though I think you and Donnelly and Westra, I think technically expired the day before last month's meeting, there's a 90-day extension, and I've already indicated to the mayor's office, those of you who wish to, it could be extended, those of you who wish to not be extended. And so I believe the reappointments are coming soon for those, and I've told them that we're expecting to have 2 vacancies, so if they could expedite getting folks to fill in those vacancies so we can have 9 full members on the committee, that would be very preferential for us to have. And yeah, I think it's overall, is it 12 years is the limit in which you can be appointed unless the council does a 2/3 vote to override that.
Thank you.
Has that answered your question?
Yes, all of them.
Excellent. What other questions do people have for Mr. Verbeek? All right. So then, Alder Verveer, would you care to close this out?
Thank you, Chair. I move to adjourn in honor of the public service of Captain Michael Hansen.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those have the same privilege? Motion carries. ALRC is adjourned at 10:45 p.m. Everybody have a good night.
Right.